Johnson. I am a certified school psychologist.
Hi, Dr. Umar. I'm so happy that you're my principal. I love FDMG. Can you tell me about the school?
We are going to make history. We are going to shock the world. We are going to transform the entire community, one black boy at a time. In this school, you don't have to worry about special education. In this school, you don't have to worry about ADHD diagnoses. In this school, you will never get a phone call from a teacher or an administrator telling you that your child needs dangerous psychiatric medication in order to get an education.
All right, Cook Crush Chat. Thank y'all so much for tuning on. Quite a bit to get into. We're going to try to go back-to-back Memphis, Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, maybe Thursday. All right. Thank y'all again for tuning on in. Cook Crush Chat on the feet. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Thank y'all for tuning on in. I appreciate y'all. It's been a bit of a crazy weekend, has it not been? I want to thank everyone so much for tuning on in, and also want to thank everyone who's been consistently coming over the last 2 months. It actually turns out that this month will be my second best month on YouTube. Last month was probably 6th, and I thought maybe I'll get close to that this month, but I'm like, this will be my second best month on YouTube. I want to thank everyone in the Cook Crush Chat's Undefeated. I want to thank our mods. I want to thank all of our members. I also want to thank everyone who sent in support, whether that's through CashApp, PayPal, or through super chats or super stickers. I really do appreciate it. This Umar Johnson saga has really taken a dark turn. It's a lot worse than maybe some of you realize, and I'm sure that Umar Johnson followers don't realize the magnitude and the impact of what Umar is doing and has done and did yesterday when he does 2 live streams where he goes in on 2 of his baby mamas. He has 2 of his baby mamas, and goes in on one of his daughters at least. I haven't watched, I may have watched maybe 10 minutes of one of them, but I have them both downloaded. Today we're going to start with the first one. We won't, I doubt we'll get to the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. This whole week we're going to get going. We're going to be working. Umar, let me give you a little bit of advice before we get into the show today. Stop. You may not realize it, but you're talking about your own daughters. And what you say and how you're saying it is having an impact on your daughter and daughters. I don't mean to say too much here. There's a reason why I decided not to show his daughter's face. There's a reason why I decided not to give out her social media. There's a reason why I told people don't post her social media. There's a reason why I haven't reached out and contacted her. There's reasons for these things. See, I'm a father. Me and my wife, we have 5 kids, and I'll say I'm a loving father. And the levels of love that I extend to my children, which is the fatherly thing to do, I like to call it fatherly compassion. Umar doesn't have that. He doesn't extend that to his own children. The best thing that you can do, Umar, is stop what you're doing. That's my best advice. And I'm going to leave it at that. By the way, Umar does not claim the third baby mama. Let me explain to you guys why. Here's the child support docket for the first baby mama from 2002 to 2021. He calls her Mrs. Smurf or Mama Smurf, something to that effect. Look how long this docket is. He's had his license revoked several times. He claims that he pays child support, but evidently he doesn't pay on time. Look down there, right there at the bottom there. In 2017, order to suspend driver's license, and then he was restored in 2018, in the middle of 2018. He didn't have a driver's license for about 5 months, almost 6 months. And then look up there at the top, 2021. Order to suspend driver's license, order to restore. So he was without a driver's license. This is after he acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington too, by the way. See, that's not because he has bench warrants. This is not because he's paying child support on time. This is the first baby mama. Here's the second baby mama from 2011 to 2025. Okay, the baby was born in around 2011. The mama didn't put her on child support, put Umar on child support until around 2017. You can see it down there. Complaint for support filed pro se. Okay, this is the baby mama that now he's calling the evil vegan. Even the terminology that he's using here is disparaging. It goes to show you he's reckless. He's immature. These are the mothers of his children. They haven't done anything to him. They're not trying to reach out to him. They're not trying to talk with him. But because he's exposed by one of his children, now he wants to come out and talk. But it's more damage control than anything else. He doesn't care about these babies. He doesn't care about these baby mamas. He never did. But he's attacking them. Why is he attacking them? See? Here's baby mama number 2. Here's baby mama number 2 again. In the docket is 52 entries in this docket. He got his driver's license revoked in 2021. Goodness gracious. Here's baby mama number 3. This is the one he does not claim. He doesn't want people to know about this one. I'm going to explain to you guys why in just a moment. Okay, and then this next receipt is associated with this. This is a lawyer trying to go through the Human Services Department to try to get some type of support for the child. Okay, it's in 2017. By the way, it does say order employer to terminate income attachment. That would be, and that's 2017. That would be associated with Umar at the time did not have tax exempt status. That's a whole other aspect of this. There's a reason why Umar, he's very crafty in this way. He doesn't want to work a job. He hasn't worked a job since 2010, 2011. And so he's funneling all this money through this quote unquote FDMG school scam. But when he didn't have tax exempt status, it's all considered to be personal income. So it's subject to taxation, but it's also subject to wage garnishment. But he wasn't working a job in 2017. See, people need to look at when the tax revocations or the tax exempt status revocation took place. It all lines up with all of this. See, Umar's very crafty. Even today, now that he has tax exempt status, he's had it for he's actually set up 2 different ones throughout the decade or so. But nowadays, what he has is tax exempt status. So whatever money he receives from FDMG, it's not taxable because it has tax exempt status. And then also on the paperwork that he's filed with the IRS, he's stating that he's not receiving any money. In other words, FDMG is not paying him for anything. So therefore, he doesn't have a wage coming in so that there can be a wage attachment. See? One of the things people wonder, why is he going off like this? Because the daughter hasn't been saying anything in a long time. Well, it's because he has child support case coming up right now, dealing with the second baby mama, and it triggers him every single time. He's already admitted this, and you can go look on the docket. See, it triggers him every single time. He gets upset and he wants to attack these women and attack the baby mamas and make up all these stories. We're gonna get into all of this. Okay, we got so much to get into. Before we get into the first video, though, I just want to set a bit of a foundation for this. And actually, I've already done it. Just the fact that he's a deadbeat. Umar has been a deadbeat from the beginning. The stories that he spins, if you listen carefully, you've done enough research into Umar, you put together the timeline, you realize very quickly that he's lying. He contradicts himself over and over again. And as we watch these videos, I'll point these things out to you. I'll point out how he contradicts himself over and over again. Yeah, this is why he would never get a job nor open a school, because he will owe child support. Yeah, you would think that if he actually opened up a school, that he would be paying himself, right? Okay, Umar doesn't want to pay himself through this nonprofit. See, what he does is he's been living off of the money. See, but it's still not taxable. It's not subject to taxation, and it's not subject to wage garnishment through the IRS or through child support. All right. Okay. I just want to set a bit of a foundation before we get into this. It's the irony of how all this has worked out, and how Umar, I mean, he self-exposes every single time. You know, things that I've said about Umar, time always tells the truth. It's been proven over and over and over and over again. I have never lied on this guy, not one time. Okay. Research has been off at times, because the more and more I dig into research, Umar, the more and more I realize, you know, things aren't quite what he presented them to be. As an example, I used to think that the school scam started in 2014 with the St. Paul school scam. No, some people think that it started. Some people think that all this started in 2019 when he acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. He never gave a purchase price. No one knows for sure how much money he actually paid. Okay, but if online records are correct, $400,000. I think it's a lot less than that, but we're going to go with $400,000. Umar should have still been sitting on about $850,000. Where'd that money go? See? I thought this all started in 2014, but no. Umar in 2010, he posted on his Facebook. I can pull it up and show you guys. He posted on his Facebook page, promise in 2000. Wait, what did he say? Promises to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black boys specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. The grand opening September 11, 2013. This is chess, not checkers. It was supposed to open in 2013. So I thought that it was, this starts in 2010. No, the research shows that Umar started this shit in 2005. He conceptualized it in 2004. This is a 20-year scam. So the research, you know, as you dig deeper in, you start to realize things, but I've never lied on this man, not one time. It's not necessary. See, and he self-exposes, and he exposes over and over again. And that's what he did in these most recent videos. I'm going to prove that to you guys in just a moment. He contradicts himself over and over again. Brandon's block says, anyone that voluntarily believes in Umar and his rhetoric after all of this is a bum just like him. Yet there's a high level of cognitive dissonance with these Umar Johnson supporters. Here's someone who is an absentee father. He has at least 3 baby mamas. He doesn't claim the 3rd baby or the 3rd baby mama. I would propose that he has more out there. It's highly likely that he has more baby mamas out there. See, but on record, for the record, and with receipts, you can find this is all public record. In point of fact, he has 3 baby mamas at least. He doesn't take care of his kids. He's online demeaning his oldest daughter, calling her names, calling her a struggle streamer, telling his followers to go flood her inbox. You guys don't think that hasn't had effect on her? Do you guys really think that somehow, that's what I'm telling you, listen, people don't know how dark this shit has gotten. I've been very careful. Hit the 1. Umar, he doesn't care. Here's someone who hasn't worked a job since 2010, 2011-ish. Here's someone who lies about how many degrees he has. He has 5. He doesn't have 6. 5 is a great accomplishment, but the narcissism, he has to exaggerate everything. See? He lied about the school opening in 2013. He lied about the school opening in 2014. He lied about the school opening in 2015. He lied about the school opening in 2016. He lied about the school opening in 2017. He lied about the school opening in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Now he's lying about the school going to open in 2025. How are you going to open a school when you can't even keep your own house in order? You're going to take care of everybody else's kids, but you ain't taking care of not one of your kids? See, if someone lies to you once, okay, if they lie to you twice, okay, but by the 3rd lie, you guys have to realize that they've shown you their character. They're a liar, and Umar's a pathological liar, and at times a habitual liar. So why do people believe him? What about with his shockumentary that was supposed to premiere in the fall of 2014 that he collected donations for? He was still collecting donations for it in 2022. That's 8 years later. He's still collecting donations for a documentary that was supposed to premiere in 2014, and it's still not out. There's still no documentary, but he sure was collecting money for it. What about his book scam? He was collecting money, pre-orders for his Rules of Romance, going back to 2022. There's still no book. He's a con man. He's a liar. He's a habitual liar. He's a pathological liar at times. Here's someone, Brandon, who's online all the time. He talks more about snow bunnies than he does about black kids. He talks more about crushing cookies and sex talk, sexual deviant type of talk than he does about black children. So the levels of cognitive dissonance at this point, it's incredible. And then here he is again. We can look at the SETI rant. We can look at the Zora rant. We can look at the Zora/Tasha K rant. We can look at the pajama mama rant. We can look at it, many different rants. Umar, you can tell something's not quite right. He doesn't have emotional stability. He doesn't know how to regulate his emotions, and he will go off. He has anger management issues. He has a hot temper. And now he's directing this towards baby mamas. These baby mamas ain't said nothing about him. And he's directing at his daughter. Yeah, his daughter came out and spoke, and she expelled the beans and told the truth. But there ain't nothing I ain't told people a long time ago. Umar's a deadbeat. But then for him to attack his daughter like he has, it's incredible. I mean, it boggles my mind. But you know what? That's really no different than when Jamal Johnson was coming out chastising Umar. See, it's the same. It's just a cycle repeating itself. See, I have Jamal Johnson calling Umar. He said he's a fraudster. He said, yeah, he's committing fraud. Also have Jamal Johnson saying that Umar Johnson is dead to me. Don't make me pull it up. See, there's a mentality associated with that. And it's passed down from generation to generation. And that's why Umar is in a position these days where he can call his own daughter names online and disparage her and disrespect her online. See, it should be the parents' responsibility. It's really the parents' obligation to resolve these issues, but it should not be resolved online. It should be resolved offline. It's that simple. But Umar doesn't have the emotional stability. He doesn't have the wisdom. He doesn't have the fatherly compassion and the levels of responsibility associated with being a father to recognize that this is not how you are to behave. We ain't even got to the video yet, but I can already tell y'all. See? Yeah, there is a high level of cognitive dissonance from these Umar Johnson followers. He's proven his character time and time again, but they make excuses for him over and over again. But see, that's what Umar does. He makes excuses for himself over and over again. He has narcissistic personality traits. He does not want to hold himself accountable for anything. It's always someone else's fault. It's always someone else sabotaging. They're trying to destroy me, et cetera, et cetera. No, the common denominator in all of this, Brandon, is Umar. Thank you for the super chat. Rob says Marvin Sapp is inspired by Dr. Umar. Who's Marvin Sapp? I don't even know who that is. I don't even know. I have no idea. Is that the pastor? I think that's the pastor, right? That did something crazy. I don't know. Thanks, Rob. But CJ says, at this point, would it be better if Umar faced legal or street justice? Legal. Yeah, because we don't want bodily harm to be called to come on to other people. That's another thing. See, like Brandon was saying earlier. See, it's amazing because he's threatened so many people. Including myself. He's threatened people with physical violence. See, even for him to send his followers over to his daughter's her social media pages, and they said, "Yeah, go flood her social media." Why would you tell? See, that's an act of intimidation. See, so just because Umar does that, he's a coward because he always wants other people to do his work, dirty work for him. He's always been like that. He's a coward. See, that's a cult dynamic. See, Brandon, that also ties a lot of this. It's like the cult mentality, like their leader can do no wrong. But Umar can try to mobilize his followers to do harm unto other people. And who knows how far that may go. I remember he even told his followers years ago, he told his followers to go up and confront one of his baby mamas, the baby mama that he calls the evil vegan, go up there to their place of business and doxed their information and told them to go up there and confront her. Who does that? See? That puts the baby mama's life in jeopardy because you don't know which crazy ass Umar Johnson follower is going to run up there and who knows what may happen. The grandmama too may have something happen to her, and by proxy the daughter. What if the daughter's up there at that time? You guys don't know. See, but just because Umar is engaged in those types of tactics, it does not mean that we should engage in those types of tactics. What he really needs to deal with is the legal ramifications of what he's been doing with this school scam and other related scams now since 2004. 2005, that's when he said that he started the process of building FDMG. See, one other thing too, CJ, and also for Brandon, a lot of these Umar Johnson followers, they don't know Umar's history and they haven't done the research in the timeline. See, the thing is, I can give you guys Umar's history and I don't have to embellish anything. I don't have to make things and twist shit up. I don't have to do that. See, I'm very strict about that. It's like, no, here are the receipts. This is what he's saying. This is, he's saying this, he's saying this. Here are the online receipts. Take a look at this, like with the child support documents. You guys can go look that up for yourself. That's public record. That's easy to find. See? And there's a whole lot more that I found on Umar too. Okay. But we don't have to engage in the types of tactics that Umar Johnson followers have engaged in over these many, many years. So in my opinion, I think it would be better for Umar to face legal justice. The other thing too is part of the legal justice, it would put him in a position wherein he would have to get the type of services, and particularly mental health services, that he needs to get his mind right. Thank you, CJ, for the subject. What's up, Black Anonymous says, it's thoroughly disgusting that Umar's first inclination is to attack his own child. Umar is sick. Yeah, and that is his first inclination. It's not understanding. It's not, okay, what do I need to do to rectify this? It's not, okay, I've been absent. Let me hold myself accountable for that. We all make mistakes. Okay, how do I rectify this? See, he's supposed to be a psychologist, right? Don't think about this. Is this the type of behavior of a psychologist? Of someone who claims to be the great Black scholar of Africa? I don't know, whatever y'all want. He's the most progressive scholar. Is this the type of behavior? And we ain't gotten to the video, but I already know because he's done this. Black Anonymous, he does this over and over again. It's the same thing. His first instinct is to attack people as opposed to resolving issues. See? And his temper, he got a bad temper, especially when it comes to women. He ain't coming at no real men. Let's rest assured about that, because he's marshmallow. He ain't got not 1 ounce of street in him. He never did. He never will. See? That's why he tries to get his followers to do his dirty work. Real talk. See? But he'll get belligerent towards these women up out here, and including his own daughter. What kind of man? How you gonna do your own daughter like that and then do it for the world to see? What kind of man? That's sick. Literally, you have to be a sick individual to do some shit like that. But again, like I said, there's family history. This type of behavior is not uncommon. Umar's not the first one. Jamal did the same shit. That's my major criticism of Umar's father, Jamal, was you shouldn't have came out and you should have kept your fucking mouth closed, but you got a clout chase off of Umar. And if you had kept your fucking mouth closed, then you wouldn't have got all the backlash from these Umar Johnson followers. And you're supposed to be the big daddy, but you're not behaving like. Matter of fact, let's go listen to what Big Daddy said to Umar. Hold on. This dysfunction goes back so far. It does not start with Umar. But you would think that Umar, as a so-called great Black leader, would have had some level of intelligence that would put him in a position to think critically about whether or not he should be going in on his daughter and his baby mamas online for the world to see. All right, here you go. Listen carefully. Let me, you guys can hear this inside the chat room.
Our kids accountable, to be treated with respect, and not to let them think that they can keep doing it and there's not going to be any accountability. We've all made mistakes. We've all hopefully sought some apology for that mistake. But don't ever let your child make you think that because of your human feelings, that they have the right to treat you like a dog. And if you do, then believe me, that dog will bite you one day. So the one thing to do with a rabid dog, get rid of it. And that's rabid, whether in mental, spiritual, or psychological. You gotta put it down. And if that means to cast them out of your life, that's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. I love all of my children. But God knows, and I say that sincerely, when I feel threatened, when I feel extremely hurt, and I know it's intentional, when I feel extremely disrespected, and I know it's intentional, there's only one recourse. They're dead to me.
I was talking to my mama today. And she says, you guys did the right thing with your children. And she knows that we struggle too, but she says, you guys did the right thing with your children because what's going on in the world and what's going on in the school is way different than what you guys had to go through. And I said, you're right about that. These days, it's way different. Social media has a huge impact too on these kids and always been on their phone and all this stuff. It's different. And my mama said, and I took that to heart. She says, you guys kept them away from that as long as you could, and you homeschooled and you guys were with them. And I know you struggled, but you guys did the right thing for your children. And I said, thank you, Mama. I appreciate that. I would never, ever get online and disparage my children. I wouldn't disparage my wife either. I wouldn't do it. See, and I told my mom, I said, and I said, Mom, well, my kids, because she was asking about all the kids, I said, you worry about some kids more than the other. That's just more than the others, but that's just how it is. But I said, at least they ain't out here in the street doing crazy shit. I didn't say shit, but she says, yeah, because they could be involved in all kind of stuff. And she was basically thanking and giving me some prayer. I appreciated that. She gave me some props. I would, even if my kids were out here fucking up, I wouldn't be online disparaging them. Jamal, and I wouldn't be getting online telling them that they're dead to me. I mean, it takes a certain type of mentality, and that's the same mentality that Umar has towards his own children. Let's be clear about that. That's why I want to set this stage. Understand that this is cyclical, meaning that it's passed down from one generation to the next. See, the mentality that you can just discard your children, or that you can just discard a baby mama or two or three in Umar's case. See, Jamal, he abandoned 2 baby mamas. See, and see, if you're absent and then you're going to come in on the back end to try to chastise your child, you shouldn't do that publicly, and you shouldn't do it over the internet. Huge mistake. See, but it goes to show you a level, the mentality. You're dead to me. Well, that's no different than what Umar, and I haven't watched the video, but I've seen this with Umar over and over again. His mentality, his orientation towards his own seed. It's the same shit. What kind of man, what kind of father goes online and tells his child, you're dead to me? And then says they're like a rabid dog and this type of talk? Even if my kids were out here in these streets fucking up, I wouldn't be going on the internet disparaging them like that. See, there's a mentality that's associated with that. And it can be passed down from one generation to the next. See? By the way, my mama, she recognizes, and she said it on quite a few occasions. She said she's proud of my generation of fathers, because the previous generation, they didn't handle the business. They were abandoned kids all over the place, just abandoned, cousins, all that, just abandoned. See, but if you look at the men that come from the next generation, we've done a whole lot better. In the first place, we've been present. Even though we've struggled with all kinds of stuff, we're still present. We're still there. See, we can break the cycle in one generation. See, in this case, when it comes to Umar and Jamal, the cycle has not been broken. And that's why Umar's father Jamal can get online and tell Umar that you're dead to me. And then here we are decades later. Well, it's not even decades. I'm just talking about the mentality, because it's not just when Jamal said that. This is he has a pattern of behavior that's associated with this type of orientation towards your own children. Okay. But you think about this, all these decades later, you would think that Umar would have learned that that is not the way to be. And yet he's the same way towards his own seed. See, Umar's first inclination is that people are disrespecting him, just like Jamal said. People are you know, they're threatening him, or he feels threatened, just like Umar. See? And their first inclination is to attack, play the victim and attack. See? Jamal should have stayed offline. He shouldn't have done this. See? And Umar shouldn't do it either. See? Thanks, Black Anonymous, for super chat. That's y'all despicable principle. Yeah, it's amazing, because the idea of Umar, out of all people, his platform is really built off of this idea that he's going to open up a school for Black boys. Initially, it was going to be a boarding school for Black boys and for Black girls. I have all the receipts on this. I even have the original logos that he was promoting back then in 2014. I even have the graphic representation of this. It's a compound in the shape of Africa. Someone want me to pull these up later. I'll pull them up. See, that's Umar's premise. But if that's your premise and that's what you're working towards, or you're working to fulfill, then there should be some logic that backs it up. And then you're supposed to be the principal. And yet look at how you behave online. If you're behaving like this online, how do y'all think he's behaving offline? Yeah. That's y'all's principle. That's the most requested scholar. That's King Kong consciousness. See? That's Big Papa. He's emotionally unstable. He's irrational. He's quick to anger, quick to rage. He's online attacking his own daughter, and has been. She ain't been saying nothing about him, but he has to bring it up. But he's triggered because of the child support stuff that's going on right now. Thanks, Al. Jinx says his daughter was rude as hell to Tommy on Tommy Soto show. I think are you talking about Tommy Sotomayor, right? Yeah. Yeah, I you know, that's a whole nother, that's a side note. We ain't gonna get into that. Thanks, Jinx, for the super chat. Ron says, look up what Marvin Sapp is accused of. Okay, let me go look it up right quick. At first I thought you were talking about the football player that last name Sapp, but you talking about something else. Oh wait, no, you're talking about the guy that it's fraud, right? Him and his mama or something like that. Oh no, this is admits he was a little more assertive when oh yeah. Sapp addresses donation controversy following a viral video. Gospel star Marvin Sapp says he received threats for because he wanted more donations, so he told them to close the door or something like that. Then it says preacher holds congregation hostage for 40,000 donations. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I haven't looked into this, but I heard about it at very least. I don't even know who this guy is, but he looked like a crook. Let me stop. Thanks, Rob, for the super chat. And then Umar Johnson's chair says, notice Umar's target audience has gotten younger over the years. Yeah, you're right about that. A lot of the older people, they have discernment, except for the people who are part of the cult. Like Umar can never do anything wrong. So no matter what he does, they're going to give him a pass. No matter what he does, and no matter what I say, and what others have said that has proven to be true about Umar over and over again, no matter what, we're still haters. No, there's the truth of the matter is that more and more older people, as they've been around longer and they follow Umar long enough, they realize that he's nothing more than a con man. He's a fraudster. His daddy called him a fraud too. I can pull up the receipt and play that for y'all too. He called him a fraud. And yeah, Umar is a fraud, but as a father, that's not you should not be coming online to chastise your child like that. That's not you shouldn't do that. So you should handle that offline. But he was clout chasing. He's still clout chasing to this day off of Umar's name. See, the thing is, the audience gets younger and younger because the older people, they've been around longer and they've watched Umar and they have more discernment than the younger generation. And at this point, many older people, especially all this stuff that's taking place with all this baby mama drama and Umar attacking his own daughter online, they're waking up. And so he's lost a lot of support from older people. Now, again, there's still going to be older people who are still going to support him no matter what. That's the cult mentality type. There's different tiers. Just I explained this, I think last week or the week before. There's different tiers of support that Umar, different tiers of fandom, as it were. More and more people who are older and wiser and have more discernment and who have followed Umar and studied Umar long enough, they realize what he is, and then what he's doing online over the weekend, it just proves the case even further. See, so I said this last week. I think Umar, his target audience is changing a bit. He wants to go after younger people, but ultimately they'll figure it out too. They may not have the discernment now, but if they do enough research, they get their timeline together. Once the documentary drops, there'll be more information they can take a look at. They'll figure it out. Yeah, you best believe they'll figure it out. And then Umar, he'll start targeting another demographic of people. That's what he does. Yeah. Thank you for super chat, Umar Johnson's chair. Patrick says, Lenon, this is a side note, but I watched for the second time in a few months since I became a member, and that video where you talked about Umar taking 4 years to put up 2 signs at FDMG. Intro was awesome. Yeah, I'm not familiar which intro that was. Yeah, I have content that's archived for members only. I want to thank all of our members too. I really appreciate it. I ain't gonna tell you how many members we have, but I never thought I'd be getting that many members. So thank you all so much. I appreciate it. I did do a video for members. It was public first, but I archived it for members. It took Umar 4 years to put up 2 signs at FDMG, and again, remember his followers went they were ecstatic. They went crazy about that. See, but why would it take 2 years to put up 4 signs? 4 years to put up 2 signs, and there's still the J. Moyer sign still up there. I showed pictures last week of what these FDMG trap banners look like right now. You want me to pull it up real quick? Watch. Don't worry, I have the receipts. We're going to 2015. No, excuse me, 2025. Oh, I don't have it in there. Let me just look. I think I may have already deleted them. I may not even have them inside this phone. No, I still have them up here. Okay, let's take a look real quick. There you go. This sign right here, this was from the J. Moyer Academy. It's still up there to this day. Umar acquired these abandoned buildings in 2019, Patrick. So what are we talking here? It's over 6 years. He hasn't taken this sign down, but it took him 4 years to put 2 signs up. But this sign right here is still up there. This picture is from last week. See this? Look at this. Ain't nothing changed. In fact, last week we pulled up video from 2019, and it looks just like this. Nothing's changed. The J. Moyer Academy, let me see. It closed in 2015 for the last time. Okay, it closed in 2010, reopened in 2012, then it closes again in 2015 when Umar was 41 years old. And this sign, therefore, has been up there since at least 2015. This sign has been up here for a decade, and Umar hasn't changed it out yet. See? I think there's also a picture here, Patrick, of Umar yeah, here it is right here. And again, his followers, they were so excited, but that's Umar giving the illusion of progress. He'll do something every once in a while in order to get money out of people. Here are the signs. Very small. It took him, again, like Patrick is saying, it took Umar 4 years to put up 2 signs at FDMG. It's crazy. 4 years. Okay, again, this picture is from a couple of days ago. It was from last week. Okay. This picture right here, we were tripping because we were looking at this, and then I pulled up a video from 2019, and it looks exactly the same. It's on the same side building. This patch over there in between 2 of those boarded up windows with mold growing all on them. There's a patch that you can see it's kind of like darker. Yeah, that's still up there. I'm talking about it's still up there, and it was there in 2019. We got about 1,200 people in the building. Y'all hit the like button. I appreciate it. We got a lot to get into this week. Okay, I'm taking my time. I'm not trying to rush. We're gonna get to the videos. All right. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Y'all undefeated. Here's another one. See, nothing's changed. I mean, Umar, he does bare minimum to give the illusion of progress, and that's enough for his followers to keep sending him money for some reason. But ultimately, nothing has changed. Not one black child has been educated. He's been collecting money, but since the St. Paul school scam since 2014, at least 2.6, 2.7, bare minimum 2 million. But based on my estimates, 2.6, 2.7. I can prove the 2 million right now. I'll do that too in just a moment. But nothing's changed up here. It's the same thing. Look at this. It's just been a waste, a total waste. And then again, it took Umar 4 years to put 2 signs up. See, HVAC's still not working. See? How long did it take Umar to get the boards off of? Well, he took the boards down and he put the boards back up. So, and then he took them back down again. How long did it take him to do that? How long did it take Umar to, I mean, really, what has he done? It's paint the inside. It actually looks worse now on the inside than it did before he painted it. I mean, it's hard to even think of like, okay, what did he actually do that's of consequence and really moves the needle? And I can't really think of anything, you know? I mean, it's a long con, you know, and Umar still, to this day, he said renovations were complete in 2023, but he's still talking about there's still work that needs to be done in 2025. Okay. And in the other video, he said that he wants to raise money now for the other side of the street to do renovations. He ain't even done on one side of the street. And remember, he's supposed to be opening up this year. So why would you, and he needs money so that they can actually run a school year. He has to pay faculty and staff. He has to pay insurance. He has to pass license and inspection. He has to put in different levels of insurance. He has to get school buses. He has to, I mean, the list is crazy. We're talking millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. I would propose it's probably going to cost Umar anywhere from 3.5 to 4 million, really 3.5 to 6 million, but let's say 3.5 to $4 million a year just to run half of the side of the street, bare minimum stuff. But he said he wants to take the kids over to Africa, and they're going to be going each quarter. They're going to be going on trips, you know, in the wilderness, and you know he wants to do all these different things. Okay, well that's going to bump up this. We're talking $5-6 million a year. So why is he talking about how he wants to raise money to start renovations on the other side of the street when he ain't got no money to even start and with operations on the smaller side of the street, the smaller buildings that are still need renovation for the small building. Well, remember he told people renovations were done in 2023. He lied. So now he can't keep asking for renovation money for that side of the street. So he has to say the other side of the street. The other thing is that this extends things where, okay, well, you know, now we're working on the other side of the street. So we're probably not going to be able to open this year, but we're going to open next year. And then here we go. All right. That's why it takes him so long to get anything done. Because ultimately he wants us to keep going on and on to the break of dawn so he can keep collecting money. So it's a scam. Okay? Thanks, Patrick, for the super chat. CJ says your courtesy and compassion to Umar, his supporters, and his family is commendable. I appreciate it. I really appreciate that. I've tried my best. I really have. You know, and I know more about Umar than what I've told. I know more about his supporters than I've told. I'm talking about the crazy one. And I know, and there's nothing wrong with being a supporter of Umar. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. But there's ones who are fanatic. It's like a cultish type of thing. You know, that's a whole nother level. And then, yeah, his family too. I know a whole lot more about his family than what I've stated here. And again, what's within the scope is within the scope. What's beyond the scope is beyond the scope. And I try my best, okay, to stay within the scope and have levels of compassion. And I do. I have levels of compassion for Umar too. Okay. Again, we can't blame anyone else except for Umar, but I know Umar's history. I know his childhood well enough. And I know what he was raised in. High levels of dysfunction. Okay, is that an excuse for someone who's 50 years old to be behaving like Umar? No, but I can have some compassion for him. I'll clown the shit out of him too. See? But I can have compassion for him. There's nothing wrong with that. See? Thanks, CJ. I appreciate that. Fairchild said that WWE belt is an example of why FDMG will never be. You're absolutely right about that. Umar's like a child. Again, I haven't watched the video. I may have listened to one of those. There's two. I've listened to one of the videos, maybe about 10 minutes. That's because it was live. It wasn't in a position to download. I was like, what the hell is going on? And he sit up there with the WWF belt on. What kind of man? I mean, you got to be really out there to even the optics of that. See? But that's no different than the SETI rant. Really, he didn't have the belt, but he was talking Hulk Hogan this and who are you, the Rondi Macho Man Savage and all this type of talk. That's childhood programming coming out. Okay? Just like here we are now in 2025 and the childhood programming is coming out. Umar, he's unhinged. He don't have no self-control whatsoever. And then he won't get up there with a belt on. I was thinking about maybe I should get me a belt that said Could Crush Chat on it. Is undefeated. Now what? Come bring it. Nah. I'll just play it. Shout out to Fairchild. Much respect, my brother. Thanks for the super chat. Bar B says, I watched the video. It was sickening. I am heartbroken for his daughter. No matter what she may have said or done, his response is deplorable. Par B, I haven't watched the response in full, but I already know, you know, and all of this has had an impact on his daughter, a deleterious, negative impact on his daughter. Umar doesn't care. I was talking to this earlier with James. Shout out to James too. He's helped me so much. Much respect to James. I was emailing back and forth with James today, And a lot of people don't know what's going on behind the scenes. See, people do not know. James knows though. Umar, he's reckless in what he's done, and not just with these videos. I haven't watched them yet, but I already know how this is going to go. But even before these videos, because really what he should have done, he should have stopped. Remember last week I was telling people this is all dying down, so we can get back to FDMG. We can start talking about FDMG again. But here go Umar, and now here we go. We probably going to be stuck with this for another 2 weeks. See. But see, what, like someone said earlier, Black Anonymous said earlier, Umar, his first inclination is to attack his own daughter. You guys don't think that again, this is someone who's been absent. Why would your first response, the first response should be to apologize for being absent, right? And then make amends offline, not for the world to see and play the victim. But that's what Umar's done. And it's deplorable. It's truly deplorable. It's unacceptable. See, and there's a lot of Umar Johnson followers. They're seeing the truth for the first time. This is this guy's character. Part B, I can pull up the SETI rant and give you guys an example. I can pull up the Super Soaker where he's talking about the pajama mamas and give you. I can pull up the rant that he does when he's talking about Zora and Tasha K. There's so many examples of Umar engaged in this type of behavior. He's an abuser who has no love for his own child or children and and she's a girl. Come on, what the fuck? That's crazy. You even in my own household, I don't talk to my daughters the same way I talk to my sons. And I don't talk to my wife like I would talk to like a brother, my brother. So I wouldn't talk. No, me and my brother, yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, man, that shit playing for that. Blah, blah, blah. I ain't talking to my wife like that. I tell my sons, y'all need to cut this out, get this shit done. It's over. This stop. Okay. I'm not talking to my daughters like that. Well, look at how Umar up here talking. And for the world to see. It's deplorable, but it speaks to character. See, we've all made mistakes. We've all failed. I get it. Trust me. But character is character. See, Umar could have used this as an opportunity to do better. But not Umar. He's doing worse. He's making it worse. James knows what I'm talking about too. It is. It's truly deplorable. Thanks, Par B, for the super chat. That school has been oxidized. What are you talking about? What, the whole school's been oxidized at this? Well, you may have a point, though. He ain't been up there in over a month. He's going to be up there. He's going to be up there soon. Trust me. He's probably up there right now begging for money while he's watching this live stream. you know, Rod, he's watching this right now. He's watching this shit right now. Umar, already given you the best advice I can give you, a man to man, even though well, I can't even say that. Father, I can't even say father. Let's just say I can't even say brother either. Shit, you ain't my brother. Hell no. Person to person. Okay, stop. That's my best advice. Just stop. Okay. Thanks, and keep going. Just keep going with this school scam. It's the whole building oxidized at this point. Just focus on that. Thanks, Rob. Okay, let me get to the rest of you because we gotta get going here. Patrick says, on the intro, you were dressed as a construction worker. You had a hammer and drill. You kept saying we work. Yeah, I remember that one. I remember that's old though. That's real old, Patrick. You must go way deep in the archive. Yeah. That's I had on I think I had on a work construction hat, a drill, a hammer. I think I had on a vest or something like that. Yeah. I remember that now. Yeah, shout out to Patrick. Yeah, that's some good memories from back in the day. Yeah, we used to have we still have a good time now, but back then I had more props and stuff. Thanks, Patrick, for the super chat. Thanks for the memories too. I remember that. And Kamara says, I remember in 2014 the school was to open. I was pregnant that year, and that child will be 11 in a few months. Ponzi scheme elements here hit the one. Yeah. The baby gonna be 11. Congratulations to I know she's pregnant back in the day, but still, congratulations anyway. Baby's 11. Yeah, that'd be right. Yeah, 2000. Umar, he was telling people. Yeah, he did say that in 2014. You're right. I can pull up the actual video where he said that it was gonna open in 2014. Because what Umar was saying was that he needed $1 million, and he said $2 million. At a certain point, he bumped it up to $4 million, and it's all associated with the St. Paul's College. But then he does an interview he does an interview from May. I think it's in June of 2000. I want to say June. Yeah, June June of 2014, and it may have been, it might have been May of 2014. I can pull it up and play it. But he has on a suit and a tie, and it's a blue, like a blue suit, and he's being interviewed. He's talking about the getting this money to open up the school, and he says, if we can get a certain amount of money by certain such and such, we can open up with classes by the fall of 2014. So you're absolutely right about that. Here we are 11 years later. Wow, it's been 11 years. I remember when the persons first sent me that video. It was on Facebook. It was Umar's video where he's up at St. Paul's College and he's talking about how he wants to raise all this money. And I know nothing about Umar. In 2004, no, I didn't know anything about Umar. I don't think I did. I may have heard about him from Hidden Colors, but I hadn't watched Hidden Colors back then. One guy that was in Hidden Colors was trying to sell me a bootleg copy. I'm gonna leave it at that. I ain't gonna say too much. That's probably how I first learned about Umar was back then. But by 2014, I saw that video and I started looking into him. And I remember the person that asked me, what did I think? I said, it doesn't make any sense because he doesn't have a team. It's probably a scam. And then here we are all these years later. I didn't do much research into Umar back then. It wasn't until 2018 that I really started researching him and I started doing videos on him. I did do two videos there was a part 1 and part 2 in 2014, where I was talking about narcissists and narcissism and narcissistic personality traits. And I used Umar as an example back then, but that had nothing to do with the school or anything like that. That was much later where I really started to figure all that out. But you're right. 11 years. And then the thing is that he conceptualized this in 2004. And Umar, I have him on record saying that he started the process of building FDMG in 2005. Well, if that's the case, we're talking 20 years. See? Yeah, it's crazy. It's over a decade. And if you think about it, Kamar, let's say, what if your child, let's say, was 10 at that time, well, your child would now be 21. See, think about all the people that donated to Umar back in 2014, 15, 16, 17, and their child, children were younger, and they were thinking we're going to be able to send our child to the school, and then what happens? Now these children are grown-ups. They're grown. They're grown-ups. Okay? There were children who were 15 back then. Now they're 26. See? Yeah, but that's Umar, and he's still running with this con in 2025. Okay? Thank you, Kamara. Or Kamara. I don't know if it's Kamara or Kamara. Okay. What's up, Ivan Vamp says, I felt honored today on King Kong Conscious. Somebody said I was the second biggest Umar hater right after Lenon. Well, you might be. I don't know. You might be number one. You try to come. You want the belt? Come get it. Come bring it. I should give me a Cook Crush that belt. I wonder how you get one of those designed. I'll do it. You want the belt? Iceman belt? Come bring it. I run this. What did he say? I'm RBG. I'm LenonHonor. Yeah. No. I'm not an Umar Johnson hater. Okay. That's just what Umar says. He called all of his critics haters. I got more compassion for Umar than his followers do. These goofies, they sending him money so he can keep destroying himself. See? If I was a billionaire, I wouldn't send him a dime because I already know he just used it to destroy himself. Anyway, yeah, Iceman Vamp, you getting close to the number one spot, my brother. I'm gonna got to get me a belt. That's gonna be hilarious. I just gotta find out where I get whatever that has Cookie Crush Chat is undefeated on it, and I'm aware it too. All right, thanks, Iceman Vamp, for the super chat. Okay, we got to get going here. We already almost an hour in. Tori, what's up? Tori says, okay, seriously, where is the date with the doctor show that we were promised? I need to watch that train wreck. Yeah. See, Umar's always proposing he's going to do this. I'm going to do this. We're going to do this. And then nothing comes out of it. Literally. I mean, he's done this. It's thousands of times of things that because I take it inside of my notes for as I'm doing this research for documentary. Literally, it's thousands of things he said he was going to do. One time he said they're going to open up an FDMG city. Where's the city at, Umar? One time he said they was going to put on top of the FDMG on the roof. They're going to build an observatory on the roof. Where's this observatory at, Umar? One time he said they were going to do a black vegan sports bar, non-alcoholic. Huh? He was talking about how we going to have, and you can come and get that Frederick Douglass burger, and you can come and kick back and get that Mahalia Jackson French fries, and you can come and kick back, and you can get that Malcolm X chocolate cheesecake family. And that's what people said. You can come back and kick back, and you can get some transatlantic tater tots. Someone said transatlantic tater tots. I lost it. This was back in 2019. Anyway, he always coming up with stuff and he never finishes anything, just like with this school. Okay, that's Umar. Yeah, that would be it. I'll tell you, if he did do it, we would definitely have to cover it. Thanks, Tori. Let me get to the rest of these. We get going here. What's up, Cheryl Secondboard? Salute. Said, I could have sworn my people could see bullshit coming from a mile away. I'm so disappointed. Yeah, it is disappointing. I haven't really said that much, but it's disappointing that people who would otherwise have some level of discernment for whatever. Well, Umar's a master manipulator. I think that. See, I always give Umar credit. Okay, I've always given Umar credit. But like, for instance, with the block parties, I give him credit for that. Okay. The block parties is probably one of the only things that Umar's a handful of things that Umar said he was going to do that he actually did. And then oftentimes when he finally does things, it's way past the time that he said he was going to do it. But I still give him credit for it. So I have to give Cheryl Secondboard, I have to give him some credit because he's a master manipulator. And that's one of the reasons why there are people who are fooled by him and they don't see this bullshit coming from a mile away. They should be able to smell it before they even get there. I mean, his bullshit is crazy. I mean, he will run his mouth and talk it's just bullshit, over and over again. And people just buy into it, but he's a master manipulator. Okay? For Umar, it's a survival mechanism. That's how he's able to survive in life, is to bullshit people and to fool people. He's into deceive people and to manipulate people. That's how he survives. See? It's sad though. It's sad, and it is somewhat disappointing. It is. It's disappointing to see so many people who have been fooled by this guy. But again, Cheryl Secondborn, there are more and more people who are waking up every single day. So we have to look at it that way too. It's just unfortunate because Umar has really fooled and manipulated people all around the world, you know, and everything is right there for people to see. You know, it's like people have blinders on or something, but it's all right there and it's all been documented. You only need to do, you know, I would say 20 hours of research, consistent research dealing with Umar, and it should be clear to anybody. They can start in 2005 with his UNA resignation letter. They can start right there. Yeah. See, he was a bullshitting back then too. Cheryl Secondboard, he tells a story that it was about a check that they wrote for him, the UNIA, but then when he went to go cash it, you know, all of a sudden, why would they give you I mean, the whole story? Anyway, that's just the story that he's telling. That's the narrative that he's spinning, just like he's going to spin a narrative about these baby mamas. See, but people shouldn't take that as a fact or that what he's saying is 100% true because he's a habitual liar. He's a pathological liar. That's what he does. He's a great manipulator of our time. He's a Sith Lord. See? It's disappointing that people believe in this shit, believe what he says, and they assume that he's telling the truth, but he has a history of lying over and over and over again. He's a pathological liar, in point of fact. Okay? Well, the thing is that with the UNIA letter and all that shit, he's painting that narrative. You know, it's actually possible that Umar just stole the money, and they found out that he got a hold of a checkbook and he wrote himself out for some money, and then he get caught for it, but then he has to spin this narrative. That's what I think. Okay? He's fooled so many people, and yeah, he even fooled the UNIA for a little bit. He sure did. Thanks, Cheryl Secondborn. But you all do know that the President General of the UNIA, it was in 2023, I believe. I can pull it up. I think it was the end of 2023. Yeah, I think it was the end of 2023 or early 2024. Okay, don't quote me on that because I can't remember. I can pull it up though. He issued a decree to everyone in the UNIA and told people don't fuck with Umar until he apologizes for what he did. We're gonna leave it right there. Thanks, Cheryl Secondborn, for Super Chat. Big Papa says Big Papa Absent says parental classes will be held on the lawn at FDMG by yours truly. And all of you in the chat should attend. You can learn a thing or 10 from me. Yeah. And that's the irony of all this. Umar has gone on a campaign to tell black parents what they should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing, and disparaging black parents and saying y'all ain't shit, and he don't want the kids going back home to you because you part of the problem. Why I want them going back home to you for? Y'all got Willie Lynch all in your system. I could pull it up and play it for y'all. And yet he don't even take care of his own kids. In fact, I have this video pulled up. He was doing the same thing right here. Look.
In here's
Watch this.
being misused for anybody in here's children being miseducated or psychiatrically medicated because you got somebody you can call on. Ashe, the energy is in here.
This is 2013.
Now, let's talk about the facts. 64% of black children don't live with their fathers. There's 1 out of every 2 don't live with their fathers. Now, they might.
This 2013. I got time today. I got time this whole week. See? And yet he don't have parental classes up there on FDMG lawn. We're going to come back and forth to this video as we go over to this week, because it just, this right here, it just the irony of all this.
At some point, they might later. But at some point in their life, they will not live with their fathers. That's a significant issue. But as a therapist, you have to withhold judgment until you know the reasons why. Because
he's never been a therapist too, by the way. Never. In terms of the field of psychology, he's only functioned as a school psychologist that's not a therapist. He's never been licensed as a therapist. He's never had any certifications as a therapist either.
Because guess what? Some non-custodial parents are impossible to live with. Some sisters can't tolerate that father. Some fathers can't tolerate that sister. And if you put 2 people in a house who absolutely don't want to be there, domestic violence is likely to follow. And so now you got your children in a home, but it ain't a happy one. And your daughter is watching this back and forth friction. And
damn. This is what you call projecting. This is in 2013. Umar was put on child support for the first baby mama in 2012. Excuse me, 2002. This is 2013, 2002. And then in 2011, that's the second baby mama. That's the one he calls the evil vegan. This is just a little bit more of this, Big Papa Absence, since you're going to be holding these classes, these parenting classes on the lawn at FDMG.
Son is watching this back and forth friction, which does what? Sow the seed in their mind that it's okay to be disagreeable with your mate. Or maybe you arguing with their father, you arguing with their mother may have pissed them off so much that they decide to never get married at all. Or maybe daddy mistreated mommy so much that I'm not even going to spend my life with a man. I'd rather spend it with a woman. Oh, yeah.
Wow. I'm not even going to speak on that. Let's keep going.
Yes, I specialize in homosexual therapy for our teenage people.
He's making that shit up on the spot. Umar's never been a therapist. Cut it out. And he's a specialist for the LBGB, whatever. Come on, cut it out. This guy, he lies so much. All right, let me get to the rest of these super chats. And thanks, Big Papa Apps. Let me do the rest of these super chats because we got to get going now. We already an hour in. Thanks everyone for tuning on in. We got 1,200 people in the building. Hit the like button if you're enjoying the show already, or even if you don't, hit it anyway. Said Beast Nation says, slightly off topic. I got to see your Umar rant marathon stream. The SETI one was basically Umar turning into Umar Johnson abuses. Yeah, shake my head. Yeah, he went crazy. That's I mean. Anyone who watches the SETI rant, that should be all that you need to know about Umar to realize that first of all, that he's emotionally unstable, but second of all, that he has no business being around children. I mean, he went off. He went crazy. Literally, he went crazy. He went batshit crazy. Let's be real about it. That one right there, that is the #1 rant for Umar. That one right there. And that says a lot because he's done quite a few that's just way out there. But that right there is so far over the top. In fact, he called Seti, Beast Nation, he called Seti Papa Smurf, didn't he? He also called him an albino. There's the colorism. He talked about how he was short and how the queens have to look down to him. And then how he's tall, the queens have to look up to him, up to Umar. He was cursing up a storm and dropping M-bombs. And I get it, but damn. He was at one point, he was pounding on his chest like an ape. Some of y'all like, you bullshitting. No, I'm not bullshitting. He was pounding on his chest. Yeah, that's all anyone needs to see. He was in full on altered beast mode. You ever altered beast from Sega Genesis? He just turned into altered beast and went nuts. Anyway, all right, thanks, Beast Nation. And Umar, he's wild. That rant right there takes the cake by far. Okay, he got some other ones too that are crazy, but that one right there that's way over the top. Thank you for the super chat. The geek surgeon says, Lenon, when are you going to put Umar in a straight? When are we going to put Umar in a straight jacket? He definitely has some serious mental health issues. He got some disorders going on, and he needs psychological help. See, just the fact that he goes online to attack his daughter, verbally attack his daughter, that shows you that he's unhinged. Something's not right up here. That's not right. A parent should never go online and disparage their children, no matter what their children are doing. Period. Especially if you're a deadbeat and you've been absent, Jamal. You see what I'm saying? It makes no sense. Umar, it makes no sense. See? So it's something up here. Okay. Yeah, Umar, he's something else. He really is. I've never seen anything like it. I highly doubt anyone else has seen anything like it either. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Dr. Umar's, here we go. Me, Umar, and Jamal are going to jump. Okay. He said me, the bump. Okay, cut it out. That's too far. Thank you for the super chat. Dion says, I don't think Umar is capable of loving anyone other than himself. I agree. That's what I'm saying. It's a mental health thing. He talks so much shit about his own daughter. It's sickening. I couldn't even watch the whole video. Attacking his own daughter makes him non-human in my eyes. Yeah, I get it. You know, and I try to give Umar the benefit of the doubt, and I try to have levels of grace for Umar. I really do. But the fact that he's attacking his own daughter online, it just speaks volumes. Like, there's no justification for this at all. I can't see any scenario where this can be justified. And she's going through it too. She's been going through it. Umar doesn't care. He don't care about anybody but himself. And the way that he cares about himself is more like survival, just to survive. And he'll say what he has to do. He'll do whatever he has to do in order to survive for himself, his self-preservation. But he doesn't care about his daughter. He doesn't care about his daughters. He doesn't care about his 3 baby mamas, and he doesn't care about any of his 3 kids. See? I'll propose he don't even care about his mama. She's a resource for him, like so many other people. The narcissists, they have what is called, I can't remember what it's called, but they see people as a resource, nothing more, that they can use and abuse, and then discard when the time comes, when they find another source, right? They can get things from and she provides him with a place to stay because he's been homeless since 2019. See? But even still, no matter what the daughter has said, again, the baby mamas, they ain't said nothing. They've been silent. But no matter what the daughter has said, there's nothing in my mind that I've seen that would justify a father going online to virtually attack his own daughter. That's some bullshit. There's no justification for that. But like you said, Umar don't care about nobody. That's why in his mind, his children are dead to him, just like what Jamal said, until his oldest daughter comes out and exposes him as a deadbeat. Now all of a sudden he got something to say. So y'all pay attention. Y'all see that? See? You don't hear him talking about his daughters, because he's been absent. He can't tell no stories. I ain't never heard him tell no stories until now. Now he got stories to tell now, right? But these stories don't come from a place of love. It's vindictive shit. It's him trying to attack. His first inclination is to attack and to disparage and to cause harm through these internet streets. That's Umar. Yeah, there's no just I can't come up with any justification whatsoever. You know, our daughters as men, they need us in our lives as protective forces in the first place. Period. Thanks, Dion, for a super chat. Yana says, it doesn't matter. My father still believes, yeah, well, it is what it is. Don't worry about it anymore. Okay, don't worry about it anymore. Don't even worry about it. Just do your thing. Thanks, Yana, for super chat. Thanks, brother Dion. Real quick, Beast Nation says, Umar think Farouk, we are the nation of domination. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's Umar. Again, he spent a lot of time, early childhood, watching back then it was called what was it called? WWF, then it became WWE. And he saw the one guy that's supposed to be Black Power. I know what you're talking about. See, Umar, he a trip. I remember that Nation of Domination. Thanks, Beast Nation. I appreciate it. I got to do the rest of these real quick here, okay? Barry says, how's it going, Barry? Says, I'm sorry, but I can't agree with you, Lenon. Sith Lords were far more sophisticated than Umar could ever be. I agree. You got me on that one. Okay, you got me. I stand corrected. Far more sophisticated, but I think it also speaks to the fact that, and someone said it earlier, the lack of discernment with some black people. I ain't saying all, but some black people. We got discernment over here. Umar could be crude about it. He can lack sophistication, and it's true. You're right. He lacks sophistication. He's a scam artist. He's a liar, but it's not sophisticated. It's not. See, but you have people who still believe because they lack discernment in the first place. See, with any level of discernment, it should be clear to people very quickly that Umar is nothing more than a con man. He's a total hypocrite too. He tells black people what they need to be doing with their kids, and particularly you black men, what you need to be doing and how. I remember one time he says if there's single black mothers out here, y'all should be marrying them. Well, Umar, you're making single these baby mamas out here. So you running through all these women and skeet and all this stuff, and don't want to use protection, and you got all of this going on with the bumpity bump, and then you create all these baby mamas, but now it's all these other black men's responsibility to marry them after you done ran through them and left them. It's not sophisticated at all. You're right. But if people lack discernment, then they're easily fooled. Okay, I'll leave it right there, Barry. You're right. Swagalito says, "Hey, Lenon, have you seen Umar's daughter's Instagram? She was recently in hospital for having unalive." Yeah. We're not going to talk about that here today. And in fact, I already made a commitment even before all this was taken, because I already knew. Man, I already knew. That's why I was careful from the beginning, from the fucking beginning. I told people, don't put her social media up here. Don't put her name on here. And I'm blurring. People send me messages. Well, you should blur her face because she's 21 and she's a grown-ass woman. I don't want to hear that shit. She's dealing with stuff. What the fuck are y'all talking about? And then Umar's bitch ass gonna get online and talk shit about her. I apologize. I'm not going to take it back, but I apologize. Okay, because I meant it, but I already know. And he don't care. He don't care at all. And we're going to leave right there, Swagonito, because that just pisses me off. As someone said earlier, it was Brother Dion, how Umar don't care about nobody. No, he don't care about nobody. That's why I was alluding to this earlier. Remember how I was saying you don't think this doesn't impact her when Umar's online talking shit about her and talking shit about her mama too, and then telling his followers to go flood her inbox. What kind of father? We're gonna leave it right there because I already told myself that's beyond the scope. It is what it is. So anyway, thanks for having me for super chat. Tori says Umar put out a message that he would walk baby Smurf down the aisle if it's to a man he approves of. The nerve, what? The nerve of this homeless grifter. What is he talking? How would he walk her down the aisle if he's been absent? What is he talking about? Listen, if you got kids and you're absent, you can't just arbitrarily say, okay, I'm gonna come back in as if I've been here for the last decade or two, and it's like everything is as it should be. I'm gonna walk the baby down the aisle and all. It don't work that way. See, Jamal Johnson thought he could just come in on the back end and criticize. And listen, I'm Umar's biggest critic. Don't get it twisted. I'm not here to defend Umar. But for his daddy, who was absent, their relationship was all fucked up from a long time ago. For him to come online and start criticizing Umar, that's some bullshit right there. See? The point being is you can't come in on the back end and all of a sudden act like everything's okay and that you can chastise and criticize as if they steal your child like that. They grown. Well, the same thing with this daughter. Umar think after all the shit talking he done talk that somehow it's everything he just automatically, and he decides, right? And it's who I approve of. Who you, Umar? You ain't nothing but a bum from Philly. Literally. You a baby mama creator from Philly that's been scamming on the school scam. And on top of that, you got 3 baby mamas don't take care of none of your kids. But the man that I approve of, cut it out. What kind of man are you in the first place? You need to approve yourself. You ain't gonna get approved anyway, okay? The highest manhood score is an 800. You got like a 250. Cut it out. All right, I'm sorry. I had to say that. Thanks, Tori. Yeah, the audacity of this guy. Been homeless since 2019. Thanks, Tori, for super chat. Parby says, someone in the chat said that his daughter is in the hospital on, okay, I don't want to, yeah. Everyone, please, I already did. I did throughout the day today. See, everyone, please pray for her. If not true, pray for her anyway. Yeah, I've been doing that. See? Umar doesn't care. See, remember, I explained this to people. I said Umar could have used this as an opportunity to bridge, to create a bridge back into his daughter's life. He's done the exact opposite. He's caused more harm to her. He's already been absent. And she's struggling. She's in pain. She's been in pain for what I'm talking about. Daddy being absent, all online, talking all this about family, all this stuff, and he's not even there present for your birthdays or for graduation and none. That shit hurts. See? But Umar, who's supposed to be a school psychologist, or he says all kind of other shit, but he's supposed to be dealing with children and has a PsyD. He was in fucking school for 20 years. He doesn't have the wisdom or the training needed or the empathy or sympathy to recognize that this is not the way. This is not what you should be doing to your own baby. You already done fucked up already. Umar, you already fucked up. There's no erasing that, but you could make amends. You could make change. But that's not what this boy, I was going to call him a bitch. That's not what this guy do. What does he do? He just keeps harming because he don't care. This is Black Anonymous said it. His first inclination is to attack. And don't think for a moment that these attacks are going to somehow, that the daughter's going to hear this shit and it's going to be okay. What kind of father are you? Something wrong with you, Umar. Listen, I've been praying. I've been praying throughout the day. Okay. And this is beyond the scope. But that, again, like I said, this is why I was very careful in the beginning when I started to talk about Umar being exposed as a deadbeat. Okay. Thank you, Par B for super chat. Check it. Okay, I'll check it right now, Dion. And shout out to Dion too. We've been going back and forth over the last couple of days with all this stuff. I'm aware of this already. Thank you for sending it to me. It's just sad, you know. And listen, people, we all go through stuff. You know, someday. Okay, but let's keep going. Thank you, Dion, and thanks for all the information that you've sent me. I appreciate it, bro. Okay, let me get to these apps. We gotta get going here. Big Papa says, Lenon, thanks for the benefit of the doubt. I'll learn to give you the doubt of the benefit. What? The doubt of the benefit. I want to give a shout out to the luscious queens. All right. No, I've always given Umar the benefit of the doubt. In fact, I've even pulled up another child support document that someone could look at and assume that it's Umar. which would mean that he has 4 baby mamas. Remember, Umar got all these different aliases, but because I haven't verified it, I'm not going to put that out as a statement of fact. I give him grace. I give him the benefit of the doubt. Same thing with the purchase price for these abandoned buildings. Umar could have got these shits for free. See, there people had proposed that, but I give him the benefit of the doubt. The online record says $400,000. I actually think it's a lot less than that, but I give him the benefit of the doubt. But see, Umar, what do? You give me the doubt of the benefit. See? Thank you, Big Papa Absence. He taking his shot too at the same time. Shout out to the luscious queen. There we go. How's it going? User 225 says, can you repeat shout out Cook Crush Chat 3? No, I'm not doing it 3 times. I'll do it twice. I ain't doing it 3 times. Sound like Umar. Shout out to the Cook Crush Chat. Shout out to the Cookie Crush Chat. I'll do it 4 times, but I ain't doing it 3. I'm never gonna say things 3 times. Never. Thanks, user 225. Okay, let's get going here. Beast Nation says, not only just Umar talking down like this, that's bad enough, but got folks like Tommy Sotomayor checking her too. Shake my head. Yeah. Umar doesn't care, though. He doesn't care. Let me just express something to you all. When you have children, your first inclination is not to attack. Your first inclination is to defend them. Right? And then anything that becomes a threat to them, that's what you attack. This makes sense? One of my daughters went to go out with her friends, so that's okay because they're on spring break. Okay, what time? What you guys gonna do? Where you going? And I'm, and it's not because I'm just want to know. I need to know what's going on. I want to be just in case if I need to be where I need to be and something go down, and then tomorrow y'all see I'm in jail. Then oh well. See. I'm going to attack any threat. I'm not going to attack my daughter. Our natural inclination, especially for our daughters as men, and I'm going to say it, especially as Black men, is to defend and protect. Key word. See? But not Umar. He goes on the defensive. He starts attacking his daughter. And there's ramifications for this, but he doesn't care. See? Something's wrong with him. It stated, Dr. Ramani stated that narcissists, they don't have empathy. They can't feel, they don't feel for other people. I think that's true about Umar. See? He only feels, I think his emotions are very limited, and then he only feels those emotions for himself or towards people that he perceives as being a threat, including his own daughter. What kind of man at the age of fucking 50 perceives his own daughter to be a threat? By the way, I didn't say this. I don't think I said this earlier, but the reason why Umar don't want people to know about that 3rd baby mama. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull this up. And then we're going to get into the video for today. Thank y'all so much. Shout out to Cook Crush Chat. Yeah, let me see. Who's it going to let me do it? Yeah, this interface, I'm telling you guys, they changed it up and it is straight trash. It ain't even going to let me pull it up. Before printing screen, remove all other. Well, I don't know what media is up. What other media is up? Okay, this one. Okay, let's try it now. So he impregnated the first baby mama, put him on child support in 2002 when Umar was 28. Okay, that's the one that's is around 22 years old now. She's the one that's speaking out about Umar. In 2011, he impregnated another woman. He calls her the evil vegan. Okay, that's his second daughter, 2011. And then when he was 41 in 2015, he was put on child support by a 3rd baby mama. I showed the receipts earlier today. And see, Umar doesn't want people to know about this baby mama because he was around 41 and she was in her early 20s. See? So even this goes to, it speaks to what you're saying, Beast Nation. See, the normal inclination for a man is to protect women. But if you're 40 and you see a 23-year-old, your orientation towards her should not be sexually predatory. It should be what? One of protection, protecting women. And in this case, someone who's in her early 20s, and Umar's 41. What kind of man? See, he don't want to mention this baby mama right here. See, this is after he starts raising money for the St. Paul's College. He's out here in these streets impregnating women who are in their early 20s. See this? Anyway, thank you, Beast Nation, for the super chat. Okay, let's get into the video for today. We're going to go with, actually, before we do this, I have something special, especially for a Beast Nation. you might recognize this. Let me see. Is this the one? Yeah, here we go. Okay, we'll do this just kind of to reset before we get in the. Yeah, he's a deadbeat daddy ×3. What's up, Jimmy? Jimmy Jamboree. And then real quick, user 225 says, does Umar Johnson not know his crash outs are bleeding him fans? Is he aware of it? He has to be, because this wouldn't be the first time, right? User 225. We can look at the SETI rant, we can look at the Zora rant, we can look at all these different rants, the Tariq Nasheed rant, Boyce Watkins rant. But I think with Umar, and I'm just saying this as it's not even speculation. In my opinion, I think with Umar, when he gets into these modes, and because he lacks emotional discipline and emotional control, he just rants. Okay? He may even write some shit down, but then he just starts to rant. And what happens is that when he's in that ultra emotional state, and it's more like I'm in attack mode, like Black Anonymous was saying earlier. When he's in attack mode, he's not concerned about his followers and how it's going to look to them. He don't give a shit. It's narcissism. See, he feels as if someone's done him wrong, and instead of being a father and recognizing that his daughter is crying out for help and crying out for his presence in her life, he starts to attack her. And then once he gets into that mode, it's like he's not thinking rationally. None of this is rational. Okay. There's no logic in this. There's no reason in this. You have someone who is unhinged, who doesn't know how to manage his emotions and regulate his emotions. And once he gets to 100, he goes from 0 to 100 like that. He can't stop himself. Steady rant, he couldn't stop himself. That shit went on for like an hour. He just kept going back and back. He started, then he calmed down, then he go right back to it. Well, I'm sure he's doing the same shit in this video. Watch. I ain't watched it yet, but I guarantee it. So what I'm saying is, I don't think that in Umar's mind it matters, because he's in total attack mode and he's just seeing red and he just want to just harm people. In this case, he wants to harm the daughters. He wants to harm the baby mamas. He wants the daughter to stop talking about him, and he wants to disparage the baby mamas. Meanwhile, the baby mamas ain't said nothing about it. Can you imagine if they came out and told some stories? You guys got to be kidding me. See, but that's not what they're doing. But Umar, all he's seeing right now is red. I got attack, attack, attack. It's called narcissistic injury. He feels as if he's been injured, that narcissist, that huge ego. So he has to go into attack mode. And I don't even think it matters when he crashes out. It don't matter to him, because he's already in that mode. He ain't thinking rationally. He's not thinking about the optics. He's not thinking how it's going to damage his reputation. Shit, after the SETI rant, I mean, come on. See? He's not thinking about that. He's just going crazy. That's it. That's what Umar does. He's unhinged. All right. Thank you all so much for all the super chats already. We just getting into this. Again, we may have to go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Okay. And Friday. I don't know. Because we got a lot to get into. I want to thank everyone again for being here. And I hope you've been enjoying these live streams. Again, February and March, we've been going full in because of everything that's been going on. February being the 6-year anniversary of Umar acquiring his abandoned buildings, and shortly after, all this stuff comes out dealing with Umar as a deadbeat. And then I thought that it was dying down last week. I thought we were going to be through with it, but here we go. Okay. Before we get into the video today, I want to play something for y'all. It's really an intro for one of the shows, but I'm just going to play the part up until where the music starts. And I want you guys to just put this into perspective, because Umar is in attack mode. Okay. And then also in the video that we're going to see, he has a belt, like a championship belt. But look at this. Watch this.
You made me the prince. That's why I took over this conscious shit by the fucking throat. And don't worry, When I'm done talking about the parent association, I'ma deal with Papa Smurf. I'ma deal with that little dirty nigga. I heard you, albino. I'ma handle your ass tonight, pussy. You ain't getting away with that shit. You should have never came for me, nigga. I never fuck with your little dirty broke ass anyway. Still living in your fucking mama house.
What year was this? See, Umar's been staying with his mama. It wasn't in 2019. It wasn't until 2020, maybe 2021. I could actually find out. But see, you see, Umar, this is Umar projecting. See, Umar's been homeless since 2019. I can actually tell you guys, and I think I did it 2 weeks ago, but I can tell you all when it was that we start seeing Umar live streaming inside of his mama's closet, literally. Okay. And many of you guys were around that live stream where there's a caseworker that came to check on the mama, and Umar's there. He gets up and go to answer the door. I can play it for y'all. He gets up and answers the door. He's still live streaming, and you can barely hear the conversation, but I put it into my audio editing software, Pro Tools. At the time, I think I had another Adobe Audition or something like that. And I was able to bring the levels up and get the hiss out and noise reduction, that type of thing. And you can hear the conversation. And Umar, the first thing that he does is he announced himself as I'm Umar Johnson. I'm her eldest son, something to that, I'm paraphrasing. I'm her eldest son, and they've extended her hours. See, he's trying to put that out there that they're extending her hours because Umar's not supposed to be there at the time. It's Section 8 housing. See, and Umar, he says they've extended his hours to justify why it is that he's there as the quote unquote primary caretaker. That's a whole nother topic too for a whole nother time. See, but what he does is he self-exposes. He tells the woman that the mama's not there, Barbara's not there. But then at the end of the live stream, after the caseworker leaves, he locks the door. You hear this shit, and then you hear him talking to his mama. I can go into my archive. And I can go to, let me just go real quick to 2020. I think it's 2021. But if I look into 2021, you see Umar, he's live streaming a whole lot inside of hotel rooms, outside in front of FDMG. You don't see him live streaming from that filthy ass apartment that he was staying in because he was evicted by 2020. Okay. Now I'm not seeing any videos and it's sitting in this. Nope, that's no, this is his mama's closet right there. This is 2020. He was inside his mama's closet in 2020. Okay. But the backdrop that most people are used to seeing him in, you don't see that particular backdrop. It's still inside the mama closet. You don't see that until 2021. And in fact, you start to see it right here, September 6th of 2021. Okay, don't worry, I got all the receipts. Anyway, he's going to go in on SETI and say, you know, you up here living inside your mama's house. But Umar was doing the same thing. And except for he was not supposed to be living there because of Section 8 housing. But Umar is staying there anyway. See? And see, I told people what's going to happen is that once his opportunity to speak dry out and he ain't traveling all over the place where they give him a motel room, I told y'all Umar going to be right back in his mama's closet. Let me just let this play. Watch this.
Still living in your fucking mama house. What type of grown ass nigga going on 50 still living in his mama house, nigga? Look at my face when you talking to me. This ain't no WWF, nigga. Who the fuck is you, the conscious Hulk Hogan?
See the references to WWF, right? Watch this.
And here he comes.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Weighing in at 275 pounds, Dr. Umar.
You can see exactly why the arena is full here tonight. This is a match with major stakes.
You the conscious Hulk Hogan? Papa Smurf? Motherfucker, you look like Tattoo from Fantasy Island with your stupid ass.
See how unhinged he was?
He calls himself the standard bearer of this division and plans on proving it in a matter of moments.
Who the fuck is you? Randy Macho Man, Seti Savage? He's a fucking nut, nigga.
Driven down with an elevated flatliner. Into the corner. This can't be good.
You the general? Well, I'm the prince, nigga. The general answers to the prince. I call the fucking shots. You dirty midget. Fucking albino nigga.
Ran right through that close line.
Your problem is you got an inferiority complex. Don't blame me for that shit. I'm not the reason you look like a fucking cracker, nigga. Dr. Umar ain't the reason you look like a fucking cracker.
All the way up.
Speak your speech, nigga. Speak your speech, nigga.
My goodness. Fireman's carry.
You verse me in your town, nigga.
This one. 2. And this one is over.
Here is your winner, Dr. Umar.
I ain't gonna lie, I was so happy when he won. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be that way. But you see, WWF, WWE, his references to it and all this stuff. Well, the video that we're going to get to today, at least we're going to get to start it today. Look at how Umar, 2 things. Number one, Umar is back inside his mama's closet. And number 2, he has on a championship belt like it's WWF, WWE. Looking like a damn fool. Look at him. He's 50. He was looking like a damn fool during the SETI rant too, by the way. But look at this guy. Yeah. Hats all on the side. But you remember, he had a whole big old thing, you know, how he was acting with the SETI rant. Let me pull it up real quick. Because, again, this is not, it's not extraordinary with Umar. None of this is. He has a history of this type of behavior, and he has to set the stage. And, you know, he feels injured, the narcissistic injury, so he has to turn into Big Papa. Now he got a fucking belt. What kind of 50-year-old living in mama closet lied to with a belt up with the... I'm going to get me one. Okay, I got to find how I get... I'm going to put it to be Cookie Crush Chat is undefeated. There's some cookies on it. You know, the little cookie emblems. Y'all think I'm bullshit. I'm going to look it up, see if I can find one. Anyway, what is this? Is this it right here? Yeah, I'm not going to play much of this, but let me I just want to give you guys this as an example. Watch this.
First, bitch, that's when I was born. 821, nigga, bring it. Bring it, motherfucker. Little dirty midget. I called for an elders meeting because shit was getting out of hand. It wasn't about you. I don't go around think about you, you broke ass nigga. Do you even have a job? Talking about you leading the RBG.
Umar, you didn't have a job at this time. You ain't worked since 2010, 2011. You see this guy projecting?
Movement, nigga, and you living on your mama couch. How the fuck is you leading a movement and you living on your mama couch? Explain that shit to me. Who gonna follow a nigga who can't even get his own place to live, still got to live at his mother's? Do you even have...
Yeah, but Umar...
a job, nigga?
Umar, you hadn't worked since 2000. You hadn't even worked since 2000. What year was this? This was 8 years ago. Yeah, this was 8 years, 2017. So what are you talking about, Umar? You've been homeless. No. So no, yeah, no. So no, I give him credit. I give him credit. He had his own place in 2017. He didn't get evicted until 2019. Okay. All right. See how I'm fair? I'm always fair. But now he's staying in mama closet.
And then you bringing up female shit? You really want to go there, family? You bringing up female shit? You really want to go there, nigga? You better think twice, nigga. You said you the leader. It's time to put the fuck up or shut up. RBG, nigga. I'm the king. You want it? Come get it. In your city, Friday night. Answer the question, nigga. I don't need to do no preparation for your simp ass.
Damn.
Fuck you talking about? Fuck you talking about?
It's so theatrical. You know what I'm saying? I can talk like this too, but I don't got to be all the theatrics and try to act like you hard and all that shit. Umar, cut it out.
Warring with the cracker, nigga. You ain't fighting the cracker. You fighting the cracker within you. Ass out the Western Hemisphere, you plagiarizing Napoleon Bonaparte, Papa Smurf ass nigga.
Well, all right. We gonna stop right here. He called him Papa Smurf. Yeah, he crazy. So he gonna call Seti Papa Smurf. Now he calling his daughter Baby Smurf and the baby mama Mama Smurf and the baby grandmama Grandma Smurf. He's a weirdo. Shout out to God's little princess. Thanks for handling the business. I appreciate you, sis. All right, but everything is a show. It's theatrics with Umar. So let's get into the video for today. And again, throughout this week, we'll be going through this one and we'll be going through the second follow-up video. So we're gonna be hanging out. Okay, shout out to Good Question. Thank you all so much for being here. There is a poll question too, and I don't even know if I should have asked the poll question for this live stream because I don't know if Umar addresses his father in this video or in the second video because I haven't watched one of them. I haven't watched at all. They only watched like maybe 10 minutes of. So maybe I shouldn't have put this question up here. But the question is already 1,089 votes. Is Umar Johnson justified in cursing his father, Jamal Johnson? 28% said yes, and 72% said no. Okay? And so if you haven't voted, go on and get your vote in. Also, let me just look at where we're at with the likes here for this live stream. Our normal goal is like 500. We're already at 497. So we're going to get that in just a moment. Thank you all so much for all the likes. I appreciate that as well. Okay. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Y'all undefeated. Shout out to Black Wolf. How's it going? Black Wolf says he called him a simp because it was brought up that Umar was hitting on other men's ladies, and Umar got called out for that shit. Yeah, that's the main reason why Umar went off like this. Well, that him trying to crush cookies and him scamming on this school scam. Hey. See, and all this, said he didn't say anything that wasn't true. Okay? And all this beef goes back to Sonetta stuff and different events that were supposed to take place. And it came back down to money. That's what it came down to. Okay? So all this had been kind of building and building. But when Seti came out and said he wanted to have Umar said he wanted to have a council of elders for something. Then Seti was like, why would I want to have a council of elders, blah, blah, blah. And then that's what he brings up Umar as someone who's predatory on these black women out here in the black conscious space. And that's why Umar goes off, see? And Seti did another response video, and then that was pretty much it. But then it went viral. Many of you guys remember this. And then I remember Dr. Valentine came out and spoke out against what was going on, too. I have to pull that video up, too, right now. A lot of people haven't seen that one. But the point is that the reason why Umar was all in his feelings was because he was being exposed as a sexual predator in the black conscious community. And then, see, there's so much other evidence of this type of behavior anyway. Look at the conscious stripper. See, that's another example. He called a conscious stripper, but that's a way to minimize that. You know, she was a stripper. Just straight up, she's a stripper. But he also said a conscious stripper. See, just like what he's doing with the second baby mama, not the third, but the second baby mama. He's doing the same thing here. Look at this. This is what he posted on his Instagram page. He said, Prince of Pan Africanism, the evil vegan on Instagram. Baby Mama Trauma Part 2, Sunday, March 30th, Eastern time. March 30th, Eastern. What? What are you doing here, Umar? Anyway, the point is that he's already trying to paint her out as some sort of a demonic force, just like he was trying to do with the conscious stripper. See? Again, none of this would be... none of this drama would exist in Umar's life if he wasn't predatory on these black women out here. See, remember, he tells a story about his first baby mama, how she was an undergrad and he was a graduate student. Why are you pushing up on her like that when she's just getting started in terms of her pursuing her degree? And Umar's already a graduate school plus 1 year because he didn't graduate right away. It took him 5 years to graduate with his degree from Millersville, his undergraduate. And then he took almost a year off from school before he started the graduate program at Millersville. So he's older, significantly older. See? But it goes towards character. He was sexually predatory back then. Then he has a second baby mama, and then the third baby mama. By that time, he's 41. That third baby mama's in her early 20s. He don't want to talk about that. He don't mention that. See, but the point is that with Umar, when Seti called him out for being and this is so long ago now, we think about it, called him out for being a sexual predator because he's pushing up on all these black women at these black conscious space. We've had women call in to the show and tell stories about how Umar did that. Hit the one. See, Umar didn't want that information out there. Okay, the two things that Umar does not want people to know about him is the fact that he's a con man and that he's a sexual predator. That's why he got all these baby mamas out here, and that's why he's always talking about crushing cookies. And he's going from city to city, state to state. He's going to country, looking for black women to sexually exploit. No commitment needed, with the bumpity bump on his lip. The other thing is that he doesn't want people to know that he's a con man. That's why he doesn't tell people how much money he's collected for this FDMG school scam, and he doesn't tell people how much money he's spent. See, the last time Umar gave an update was in 2020, and he said that he was at $850,000. And yet in 2016, in 2016, he said he was already at $1 million. So those are the two things. And Black Wolf, that's why Umar went off. See? Lenon left the phone ring in his ear one time. Yeah. And then the whole video is crazy, and I don't know what the timestamp is, but I played it before. There's a situation that takes place where Umar, he's all revved up, and then someone's calling him, probably trying to tell him to stop what he's doing because he's acting a fool. And he picks up the phone and he cancels the call. He basically dismisses the call. He sets the phone back down, and then he's talking, and then he picks it up, and he's acting like he's talking, and then the phone rings. And there's people who saw that more, they realized that more than anything else, even though he's acting a fool in the video, they was like, wait a minute, this guy just act like he got a fake call? I have the video where he explains that too. He was explaining why he did that. And I mean, it is crazy. He's such a narcissist. He just comes up with this whole fanable story. Doesn't hold himself accountable for fake talking on a fake phone call. So he was talking to his Goonie Goons. Anyway, thanks, Black Wolf. Giannis became a member. Thank you so much, Giannis. Okay, we got to get going here. I want to thank everyone again for tuning on in. Let's get into the video now here today. Here we go.
Peace in Pan Africanism, 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 peace in Pan Africanism.
Yeah, you can see it. This is the mama's closet. You can actually see the curtains back there, and you can see the reflection inside of the belt. And those are the pink, they're reddish, pinkish curtains, like lace type curtains. And that's what we see here. You can actually see it inside the belt. It's really small space, but that's where Umar stays in when he comes back and to live with his mama. When he don't have a speaking engagement, and he's been homeless, so he doesn't have a speaking engagement, and he doesn't have a hotel room to stay in, he'll go back to his mama's house. That's where he's at right here.
This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Ogun.
And I guarantee it's filthy in there too. I can tell there's a lot of clutter.
Tade Nana Payena. And this is a special new moon, partial solar eclipse in Aries presentation, as well as a special Neptune enters Aries for the first time since the American Civil War presentation.
See, this is just like the Seti rant. He starts off calm, but then he loses it. Watch, I can already tell.
I'm coming to you Sunday, March the 30th, with a very special
you can see it
presentation to clear my name and my mission.
Before
I get started, I want to say good Garvey Day to my continental Africans, my Nigerian Africans, my Liberian, my Gambian, my Congolese, my Habesha Africans, my Ethiopian, my Eritrean, my Nubian, my South African, my Zulu, my Xhosa, my Khoi, my Swazi, to Angola, to Mozambique, to Lesotho, to Togo, to Benin, to Cameroon, to Burkina Faso, to Mali, to Niger. Peace and
it's Nana Paina. Something like that.
Pan-Africanism to Madagascar. Peace and Pan-Africanism to all of my Africans on the continent. With a special shout out to my fellow citizens.
Thank you so much, T. Jones. T. Jones gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Everyone in Cook Chat, please thanks T. Jones. And if you receive one of those memberships, make sure you thank T. Jones. Very nice of you. Very gracious. You've done it before. I appreciate you, sis. Thank you so much. Cook Chat, y'all undefeated. Ain't nothing like the Cookie Crush Chat. All right, let's go. And Umar up here looking goofy.
Where are my Ghanaian Africans at? With a special shout out To my fellow citizens of the Republic of Ghana, where are all of my Ghanaian Africans at? Peace and Pan-Africanism to the motherland, the continent of Africa, the ancestral homeland, to all of us. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my European Africans, my Africans in London, my Africans in Manchester, in Bristol, in Wolverhampton, in Birmingham, my French Africans, my Irish, my Austrian, my German Africans.
Man, he's still going. Umar, come on.
Special shout out to my Sweden Africans. I was in Sweden when this whole scandal popped off. Shout out to all the brothers and sisters in Sweden, Scandinavia.
Wow, we got 1,300 people in the building. We ain't done those numbers since COVID, y'all. My goodness gracious. Shout out to the cookie. I got to get one of these belts. If anybody know where I can get one of these belts made, I'll probably have to get a graphic designer, but I want to put the Cookie Crush Tats Undefeated on that bad boy. All right, here we go.
Can't wait to see you again. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my Canadian Africans, my Toronto and my Nova Scotia.
And then see how he has the FDMG logo on the little badge? I would have a cookie. Be different. Could be a hot fudge cookie, a peanut butter milkshake cookie, a pina colada, you know. All right.
My Montreal, my Central.
Somebody said on Etsy. Are you serious? Yeah, but it's custom made though. On eBay, I don't think they would do a custom made one on eBay. That's too funny. So, yeah. I'm gonna get it on Temu. All right, shout out to Drea. Y'all crazy. Swagger says, I've seen his mama's house on Google Maps, and it's a damn shame how he has his mother in the hood. His stank self got the nerve to live stream in her closet is crazy, and you're absolutely right. It's not just hood, it's hood. Because you can go on the Google thing and go walk around and travel. You know what I'm saying? You can put it on the little icon with the walk and with a little yellow figure, and you can just go around scrolling. This guy has raised at bare minimum $2 million, and he live streams when he don't have a place to stay because he's been homeless since 2019. He has a nerve to go stay at his mama's closet in Section 8 housing. That right there, that's an automatic disqualification. Let me go ahead and do this before we move on, because it's relevant. It's relevant to what you're saying right here. Let me do a quick screen share. And this ain't going to take but maybe 3 minutes max, y'all. But I should have done this earlier on during the live stream. But since Swaggonito brought this up, I think it's apropos. It's definitely apropos. Let me take this off and add this. All right. I'm going to do this real quick. So from 2014 to 2016, Umar had raised $1 million. I have him on record in video format. He said, you guys already, I played it many times. He had already raised $1 million by the end of 2016. Also have Umar stating later on that he was averaging about $125,000 a year. So from 2017 through 2018, that'd be about $250,000 a year. Okay. And then if we add up from 2014 through 2018, you multiply those years by 125,000, you're going to get, I'm sorry, if you add up 2014 through 2018, Umar was already at $1.2 million, $1,250,000. Okay. That's from 2014 through 2018. So 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 18. So about 5 years. It's actually less than 5 years because he didn't start raising money for the St. Paul's College until April of 2014. But we're just going to say from 2014 through 2018, $1.25 million. Now, online record said that when he purchased these abandoned buildings in 2019, that it was for $400,000. It could be much less than that. I give Umar the benefit of the doubt. He's never given a specific price, a purchase price. And here we are over 6 years after he purchased these abandoned buildings. He's never updated anyone in terms of what the purchase price was. But this is what I found. Someone else found online. They sent it to me. And I'm going to give Umar the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to say $400,000. I actually believe that it's a lot less than this. No transparency, though. So there's no way of really knowing for sure. Now, if you take the $1.25 million that Umar had raised from 2014 through 2018, and you subtract the $400,000, in 2019, Umar should have had $850,000 left over to start renovations. But he doesn't start renovations for over almost a year and a half, because the money was gone. where did this $850,000 go? So what ends up happening? We can take 200. He should have had $850,000 left over, and then he continues to collect money from 2019 through 2014. We're not going to consider 2025. And if you take these years and multiply it by 125,000, you're going to come to $750,000. Okay, Umar should have had left over $850,000 in 2019. We're going to add the amount that he collected, estimate from 2019 through 2024 of $750,000. Umar, the total raised after purchasing these abandoned buildings, $1.6 million. As of today, there's about $1.6 million that's missing. Okay, we can throw in the HVAC that he said he paid $50,000 for. We can throw in the smaller HVAC that he never gave a price for, but it had to cost something. A couple of other things that we can throw in there. So we can probably get this number down, let's say to $1.2 million. That's just missing. Okay, but if we throw all of this, if we take out what he spent for this the abandoned buildings from 2014 through 2024, Umar he's raised at least $2 million. Where's this money gone? Can't nobody tell me that you see $2 million worth of purchasing. I don't know, purchasing what? You got $400,000 for these abandoned buildings allegedly, but besides that, no. There's about $1.6 million that's missing. Okay, we can bump that down based on, let's say, $1.2 million. Okay, that's just missing over the last 11 years. See, he's a con man. Okay, now this gets back to what Swaggle was saying. How is it possible that Umar raises bare minimum $2 million? Again, I'll put the figure at 2.6, 2.7 by now. Okay, but I'm gonna give Umar the benefit of the doubt. $2 million based upon his own words, videos that he stated where he gives different figures. $2 million. How is it possible that Umar raises $2 million bare minimum, purchased a abandoned building for $400,000, and has been homeless since 2019, and then lives with his mama when he can, and she's living in the hood in Section 8 housing? And Umar claims to be the primary caretaker. His mama's wheelchair bound. Yeah, he traveling all over the world. How you the primary caretaker and you traveling all over? What kind of man? What kind of son? And then has a nerve to live stream out of his mama's closet to attack his daughters and his baby mamas. What kind of man? Thanks, Ragonito. Good point, too. Get a generic belt on eBay and get it customized by. Oh, I could do that. Yeah, I'll look into that. That might be cool. Yeah, I'll look into that. Thanks for the suggestion, Torrid Gig. Yeah, I could take it to one of those shops. They have trophies and stuff, and then have them make the custom badges or whatever. Okay, yeah, I'll look into it. I mean, that'd be cool. I wouldn't be wearing it all the time. I'll probably put it up on the wall or something with a Cookie Crush chat. All right, thanks, Torrid. I appreciate it. And then Master says, I can't believe people. Master Khalik says, I can't believe people actually take this fool seriously. He's never been a deep speaker to me. Yeah, not to me either. He's never. But see, I spent many years in the Black conscious space, but that was before the internet. So I'm not talking about the Black conscious space as most people know it today. I got into the Black conscious space back in, I was 18 years old, 1993. Yeah, 1993, 17, 18. 1993 was when I got into the Black conscious space. And at the time I was at UC Irvine. And I was part of the Black Student Union to start, and then was second year or third, by the second year or third year, I can't remember which year. I was the student president. But the point is that we would have people come out, the Black Student Union would have people come out, including people like Ashraf Kwesi. And he has a presentation on Kemet. And I mean, it was really powerful. His wife came out too. And that's how I got into veganism, because she had cooked some meals, vegetarian or vegan. I can't remember which one it was. And was talking. She did a whole lecture about eating healthy. And I remember to this day, she's real pretty. But anyway, that got me on path to really getting into the Black conscious stuff. So by the time I hear about Umar, there's nothing deep that he's saying. He's not saying anything that hasn't been said before. In fact, a lot of his stuff is sourced from Dr. Joy DeGruy, also from Dr. Amos Wilson, and also from Dr. I think Kwanzaa Kunjufu, something to that effect. I apologize. A lot from him. Umar's not deep. He's not. He's just very crafty with his words, and he knows how to use words to manipulate people. He's a wordsmith in that way. See, but what's incredible about all this is that even though Umar has the gift of gab and he has 5 degrees, he says 6, but it's really 5. He's still, at the end of the day, he's a homeless bum who goes back to his mama's closet to live stream and to live out of until he has another speaking engagement. While he's collected $2 million, bare minimum. Yeah, it's crazy. Thanks, Master Khalik. What kind of man? yeah. I should put that on the belt too. Okay, we got to get going here. Thank y'all again. We're 2 hours in. We've almost got 1,300 people in here, close to it. I want to thank everyone. Good Crush Chat. We got to get rolling here. Tomorrow, when we come back and we start pick up where we left off here, we're going to get right into it. Okay, that way we can start making headway because we got this video. We got another video. He did back-to-back Memphis yesterday, and he went nuts. Okay, let's get back to it. Shall we? Here we go.
American Africans, my Venezuelan Africans, my Panamanian Africans, my Brazilian Africans, my Costa Rican Africans. Peace and Pan Africanism to my Caribbean Africans, Jamaican Africans, and Haitian Africans, and Cuban and Puerto Rican and Dominican Africans, and Bahamas and Bermuda, Barbados, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, St. Martin. Peace and Pan Africanism to my American Africans, my Texas Africans, my Arizona Africans, my Florida, my Georgia, my Carolina, my Virginia, my Baltimore, my Maryland Africans, my Jersey, Trenton, New Jersey Africans, Camden, New Jersey, Newark, Jersey City, Patterson, New Jersey Africans, my Connecticut Africans, and I will see.
Yeah, shout out to KKC. He sent me the information. He texted it to me. Okay, I'm gonna look into this, bro, after I'm done with this live stream. I think it'll be funny. You know, then I can write a song for it. Then I'll start getting all these ideas. Then we're going to open up a Black Vegan sports bar. We're going to put it in there. We're going to have a cage match in there. We're going to have some boxing matches in there. All right. Anyway, thanks, KKC. KKC the homie. I mean, he done been around from the beginning. And he and I both done been through a bunch of bullshit covering Umar. Anyway, shout out to KKC. Let's go.
You guys on April the 26th in Shelton, Connecticut. Make sure y'all pull up. I will see my Binghamton, New York Africans this coming Saturday. My Binghamton, New York, I'll see you Saturday. My Syracuse Africans and my Rochester Africans and my Buffalo Africans and my Bronx and Brooklyn and Harlem and Staten Island and
this is crazy. I ain't gonna say her name, but I'll say CP just sent me a email to the it's called the Trophy Shack, and that's what KKC sent me too. So I'm gonna look into this when we done. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go.
Queens Africans, my Philadelphia Africans riding hard for your hometown hero, my Pittsburgh Africans, my Darby and Yaden.
Sigmund just send me some more. Okay, I'm gonna look into all this. I'm getting excited, y'all. I might have to get me 2 of them. Okay,
Harrisburg and York and Lancaster, my Detroit, my Chicago, my Omaha, my Minneapolis, my Nashville, my Chattanooga, my Memphis, my St. Louis Africans, my Little Rock, my Montgomery and Birmingham and Selma, Alabama Africans. And shout out to the students of Oakwood University. Shout out to the students of Cal State Long Beach.
She's still going.
University. My Los Angeles, my Oakland Africans, my Inland Empire, my Sacramento Africans. It ain't nothing but love.
Umar, that's
brothers and sisters. When I was in Sweden 2 weeks ago.
Here you go.
When I was in Sweden.
Oh, he's taking his hat off. He's sweating already. Look at him. Poor Umar.
Getting ready to go to an event. My eldest daughter. I got notice that my eldest daughter, quote,
talk about my belt out. Come on now. Y'all still in here going in on this. Come on now. Y'all, let's focus, family. All right, here we go.
Unquote, exposed me on her TikTok.
He sweat.
She made plenty of allegations, most of which I dealt with from Sweden.
Here we go.
For some reason, every time I leave the country, I always fall under attack. I don't know what it is.
Here he go.
But every time I leave the country, I fall under attack. But anyway, Baby Smurf decided to slander my name with a bunch of lies. I addressed most of it, but I'm going to address the rest of it right now. And then,
here he goes.
Because I think I've said enough about Mama Smurf. I think I said enough about Mama Smurf. So after I deal with Baby Smurf's lies, I'm going to then discuss the evil vegan baby mama number 2.
There you
the
go.
Evil vegan baby mama number 2. The evil vegan baby mama number 2.
There you go.
I gave her 2 weeks to get in touch with me. I messaged her through Instagram. I'm sure everybody in Philly told her, you got 2 weeks. This man wants to see his child who you've been holding for 13 years. For 13 years. For 13.
Yeah, he threatened her. See, it's amazing that Umar, he comes back later like he's doing here. He said he gave her 3. Yeah, it's been 2 weeks, right? Good question. It hasn't been 2 weeks. So he's been letting this simmer for 2 weeks now, and he expects his baby mamas to comply and all this shit, but they don't want nothing to do with him. They probably scared of his ass. Umar, you a bitch. I told you before, you was bitch made then, you bitch made now. You still doing the same bitch shit today. I don't get it, y'all. Listen, I'm not from the streets, but where I come from, this type of shit's not tolerated. It's just not. This guy was simmering on this shit for 2 weeks, and then finally here he go inside of Mama Claus and sweating and shit with a WWF belt. What kind of man? I'm gonna have to put that on the belt too. We're gonna have to come up with a whole design for this clown. I need me a belt too, family. Time for a restraining order for internet harassment. At this point, her mother should get involved. He has gone too far. Yeah, I totally agree with this. See? And not just who he's calling the evil vegan, but also the older daughter, that baby mama could too, because it's Umar's all of him going in on the older daughter. And I'm not even gonna repeat it, but it has had an impact on his daughter, her mental health. See? Yeah, he's gone too far, but this is what Umar does. I'm not surprised by it. It's just that it goes to show you that Umar, he doesn't have the ability. You know, I really think with Umar, he's limited to a handful of emotions. Jealousy, anger, I guess you can say rage, but that could be part of anger. Jealousy, anger. I've never seen him really laugh. Again, I think he's just limited. He doesn't have compassion for other people. He doesn't have any empathy. It's the narcissism. He's a narcissist. Yeah, I know Sequoia. No, Sequoia says no therapist acts like this. Yeah, he stunted adolescence. Okay, you're referring to the older daughter. Yeah, the daughter could. Yeah, the daughter could, and the daughter's mother could too. But the truth is that the younger daughter's mothers could. She could too, because all of this is these are all threats. I mean, it's again, he's told his followers to reach out and flood the inbox of his older daughter. Okay, that's called internet harassment. That's why I don't reach out to anybody. I never have. I've never reached out to Umar. He's reached out to me though. See? I haven't reached out to any of his children, any of the baby mamas. You know, I have all their information. See, his followers, his cult followers, I've never reached out to any of them either. They've reached out to me. See, but the idea that Umar, it's very telling that he's supposed to be this great black leader, and yet he's engaged in this type of behavior towards his own daughter, and it's impacting her in a very negative way, but he don't care. Again, I think he's stifled. I think he can only feel a certain amount of emotions and he doesn't feel love. That's why he doesn't connect to people. That's why he burns bridges. That's why Umar doesn't have a team. Remember all the people that I showed more recently, I showed all the people that were around Umar when he first purchased these abandoned buildings. Those people aren't around anymore with the very few, less than a handful. Less than a handful, there's people still around. That's because Umar doesn't know how to connect to people in genuine ways. But I think it's because his emotional palette is so limited. Okay? But as soon as he feels betrayed or he feels attacked, he gets angry and then he goes into attack mode. Okay? Yeah. Thank you, Parby, for the super chat. Sasha says, instead of Stone Cold Steve Austin, we got a Cold Stone Creamery tuna. Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's anyone that would try to mobilize their followers, it's like a cult, but to try to mobilize their followers against their own daughter, that's some bitch shit. See? But that's not tolerated. Even in the streets, there was a, I don't know if it's the case now, but I had cousins that was in the gang, bad family members too, but we ain't gonna get all that right now. There was hardcore gang banging out there. It was Bloods, Eastside Piru. And that was a code back then. So you see, there was drive-bys, but you ain't trying to shoot kids or baby mamas and none of that type of stuff. It was really, you're supposed to target the actual, but that's how it was back then. I don't know if that's the case nowadays, but the idea of attacking a child, see, no. Black people, we don't play that shit. We don't play that. And Umar's supposed to be this great black leader, but he's attacking his own child. And then he got the nerve to have, anyway, it's ridiculous. All the way around, it's ridiculous. Shout out to Steve Austin, Stone Cold. my favorite wrestler, though, it was Hulk Hogan. I ain't gonna lie. And then before Hulk Hogan really blew up, I used to like, what was that guy? Superfly Snooker. I think his name was Jimmy Superfly Snooker. And then they also had a black guy. It was probably there was two of them. It was Junkyard Dog. And there was another one named the Birdman or something like that, Coco Beware. And he was my favorite because he used to come in the ring. He had a bird. He put on his arm. He'd go like this. They used to lose all the time. But I root for him because he was black. He had Jerry curl too. So you got to root for anybody wearing a Jerry curl. You got to root for him. Thanks, Sasha Love. Yeah, I got that too, Barbie. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Make sure that belt is iced out and dripped. No, it wouldn't be iced out. I wouldn't do that too much. It'd be a plain belt, but I would like to have a Cookie Crush chat, symbol on there with the CCC and some cookies on it, and just say Cookie Crush chat's undefeated, something like that. Yeah, thanks, Fairchild, for super chat. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Years, and if I don't see her, I'm going to tell the world why I don't see her. So we have come to the deadline for the evil vegan to manifest my daughter.
Okay, right now he's talking about the second baby mama. And he expects, after being absent in that child's life for her entire life, that in 2 weeks, this second baby mama that he calls the evil vegan, that she has to produce the child for him. Deadbeat ass.
And so now we're going to get into this. And I want to say that this is a lesson. Let this be a lesson to all young black men.
Here he goes.
All brothers of the Ifa Tunde army. I want you to learn from my mistakes so you don't.
Yeah, see how it's weaponized already? This is the cult dynamic. He's saying the army. See this? You got to be very, very careful with these types of people. See, this type of terminology, it automatically puts people at risk because you don't know which one of these goofy ass Umar Johnson cult followers are going to hear this shit and do something to this baby or to the baby mamas or whatever.
Repeat them. Because even though I'm going to tell the truth today about what both of my daughter's mothers have done to isolate me from their life, at the end of the day, as a man, I have to take full responsibility, because if I never impregnate them, as a man, I have to take full responsibility, because if I never impregnate them, as a man, I have to take full responsibility, because if I never impregnate them, they can never weaponize my children against me. Those women...
The children have not been weaponized. You've been absent. It's your job to be present. And if you're not seeing the child like you would like to, then you take it to the court. Remember, Umar, you're the most requested scholar. Remember, Umar, you were going to go to college to go pick up some sort of a degree in law. In fact, your PsyD, it specializes in law-related issues when it comes to the school system. Yes or no? Hit the one. Umar's talked about this. It's in an old video. He talked about how, yeah, you know, the training dealt with, or the lessons and the program for the PsyD, it dealt with the legalities. That's why Umar got into the whole thing about going against IEPs and doing independent evaluations to go against the evaluations of other psychologists so that he can come up on, he basically double dipping. He knew about all that shit. So if you knew about all that stuff in the court and how all that shit works, Umar, why didn't you fight for your child? Hit the one. See? Yeah, he always wanted to play victim. See, sees the corruption in everyone but himself. Umar is a common denominator. Absolutely. He's the common denominator all the way across the board. See? Yeah, I know. And see, here's the thing, Miss Independent, my way. If he takes full responsibility, that should be the end of the conversation. Get your ass up off of there, Umar. Stop talking. But I guarantee you, he's gonna blame the baby mamas. I'm gonna take full responsibility, but then he started blaming the baby mamas. Umar, he a trip. Yeah. The 3 of his degrees are still in question. No. I mean, listen, I always said that Umar had at least 3, probably 4. Okay. And I said he don't have 6. Okay, he has 5. Based on my research, he has 5. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Could he have 4? Yeah, it's possible. But one of those degrees, it's a double major, but he counts as 2 degrees. Double majors aren't 2 degrees. Anyway. But the PsyD, if you guys look up and research it, especially from PCOM, you'll see that there's an element to that where it's dealing with law as it pertains to the school system and children inside of special education, all this stuff. That's why if you guys go back and listen to those earlier, that's why I've done the research. You go back and listen to those earlier Umar Johnson videos. He was talking a lot about, it was legalities of all of this. And then he would say, listen, and if your child, and this is one of the things, scams he was trying to run on people, if your child was given an evaluation and then they weren't provided with the services that they should have gotten, then you can go and get what is called compensatory education, blah, 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 some shit like that. But then they have to pay for it, and then you can enroll your child into a private school, but the city or the state or the school system, if you guys catch my drift, they have to pay for it. That's because he was knowledgeable about that based upon his education with the PsyD. But here we are now. Once he started impregnating these women and don't have enough responsibility, first of all, you should have been with them in the first place instead of just running through these women like this. He want to go on there raw dog. See? Umar, you should have strapped up and used protection. That's what you should have did. See? But you was running up in there and skeeting all up in that thing, and then when the baby come, now you got problems.
Denied their daughters the right to have their biological father because I did not marry them. You've already heard the story of Mama Smith.
Okay, now let's keep that in mind. Umar, he's stating that the reason why he was denied access to his children was because he didn't want to marry them. They wanted to marry him, but he didn't want to marry them. I'm going to say it one more time. They wanted to marry him, Umar, but he didn't want to marry them. Keep that in mind.
Smurf. I'm going to leave Mama Smurf out of it to the extent that I can, but you ain't heard the story about the evil vegan. And if you think Mama Smurf's story was crazy, wait until you hear the evil vegan story. If you thought what Mama Smurf did was crazy, wait until you hear what the evil vegan did to keep me from my child's life. Before we deal with baby mama to number 2, the evil vegan, before we deal with baby mama number 2, the evil vegan, I want to go through Baby Smurf's initial rant. I want to go through Baby Smurf's initial rant. Her very, 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 very first TikTok. I want to decode this. It won't take long. This won't take long.
He should not be doing this.
And then we'll get into the evil vegan. Now, let me say something. Taking responsibility. I know for a fact that the evil vegan situation happened just under 10 years after the first situation happened, because I had not learned my lesson. As much as I suffered, as much as I was punished,
he's always a victim.
Baby Smurf, I had not learned my lesson. Because if I learned my lesson that the ancestors wanted to teach me, the evil vegan would have never ended up in the same situation. Both of my daughter's mothers are the same age. Both of my daughter's mothers are the same complexion. Both of my daughter's mothers are born in the same month.
So, and they aren't the same complexion either, Umar. Cut it out. He's just always trying to make these unnecessary. It's a mental health thing. He tries to make connections between shit. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing. They don't have the same complexion, Umar. They're probably not even the same. Well, I can look that up to find out. He might be right about that, but I have all the receipts on that. But the complexion, he's lying on that for sure.
Both of my daughter's mothers were on birth control until they decided to conceive.
Here we go. He gonna use birth control. They tricked him. Watch. He wants to hold himself accountable, but now he gonna say they tricked him with the birth control. We got 1,400 people here. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Undefeated. Let's go.
Without making me aware.
Yep.
Using the...
There we go. There we go. I just called it. Told you. Now, I ain't heard this one before. Now he's saying that the reason why was because they was on birth control. This nigga, this guy crazy. He crazy. But now all of a sudden they was on that birth control. I was doing that raw dog. It don't matter. You still strap up. I mean, listen, real talk. If my wife was on it, I'm not dropping out. But I'm 50. That's different. You know what I'm saying? Plus, it's my wife. Okay, but I ain't gonna lie on y'all. I ain't gonna be lying now. I ain't gonna do that, family. Anyway, the point that I'm getting at, family. I'm waiting for her to hit that menopause. Once that menopause hit, it's on, family. I'm gonna be live streaming, sleep and shit. Why Lenon look? He been looking real tired. Why he all tired all the time? Well, you don't went through that menopause. It's time to go. It's time to go. Anyway, what were we talking about? Umar, he gotta blame them. They tricked him. That's what we used to say. When we say trick, they fooled him. And so he has to blame them now for them getting pregnant, even though he was the one who was up in there raw dog. You see this type of mentality? All right, let's go.
Birth control. And both of my daughter's mothers wanted to get married as a result of pregnancy. I'm telling you, the situations are almost identical. The situations are almost identical. Same age, same city, same complexion, same birth month.
He up in here sweating inside the mama closet, fingers all mangled. Umar, please don't count. If you just can stop counting, because your fingers all mangled. Don't nobody want to see that. Look like little claw, like little baby claws, like a bear cub or something.
Both were on birth control, stopped taking it, didn't tell me. Both had another agenda.
I don't believe this shit at all. I don't believe it one iota, Umar. To cut it out.
They names even rhyme.
Umar, please stop. Please stop. Listen, there's a lot of black women who name rhyme because the last letters are the A oftentimes. Shoshana, Moniqua. What are you talking about, Umar? Goofy.
They names even rhyme. They name, in fact, Mama Smurf, the evil vegan,
playing.
and Baby Smurf, all three of their names rhyme with each other.
There
Mama
you go.
Smurf, the evil vegan, and Baby Smurf, all three of their names rhyme. But with that being said, let's get.
Why are you all cramped up like this, Umar? Dang, boy, you ain't got no space up in there.
Get into this. Baby Smurf started out her initial TikTok rant. She said, "I'm not trying to get clout."
This guy got notes. He's so petty.
I'm not trying to get clout. I think we already know that she was trying to get clout. Then she said, "I wanted to get to know my sister." Baby Smurf said, "I wanted to get to know my sister." Baby Smurf, if you only wanted to get to know your sister, why did it take you until the age of 22 to want to get to know your sister?
It's simple. She didn't know that she had another sister because your bitch ass didn't tell her. Your daddy didn't tell her either. That's why she didn't know. And she didn't ask. How's she going to ask if she didn't know? There's a video where she finds out, when she first finds out that she had a sister, she was like, oh, really? Hit the one. You see what Umar's doing? Okay, listen. From now on, let's count the lies. So far, I don't believe him. I think he's lying about the birth control. Okay. Because it happens to you twice. Once, it happens to you once for the first time in 2002, and then it happens to you again 9 years later. Get the fuck out of here. Come on now. If you got caught up in that shit when you was 28, you should have enough sense by the time you're 37. No, you was up in there raw dog. And even if they're on birth control and you're not willing to marry them or be with them, then you should at least strap up like a man, a responsible man. If you married, it's different. Go on, do your thing. If that's what if she wants to get there, you know, hey, that's fine, you know, but don't try to, here we are all decade, what? We're talking 21 years later in one case, and we're talking 14 years later on another case, and you talking the same talk that they trapped you, they stopped doing the birth control so that they can get them pregnant. Well, you should have put on a condom. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. You know how it is. You go, that's how I be. I ain't gonna lie about it. I'll be real calm too. I just but if you won't do that, just put a condom on. But don't try to blame the woman later on. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Anyway, I don't believe that. I think he's lying about the birth control, and I think he's lying about whatever he just said. I can't remember what he just said. So, but we're gonna count. Okay. Lie number one, birth control. Okay. Lie number two, whatever he just said. Let me go see. Here we go.
Why didn't you want to get to know your sister in high school?
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Baby Smurf said, "I wanted to get to know my sister." Baby Smurf, if you only wanted to get to know your sister, why did it take you until the age of 22 to want to get to know your sister? Why didn't you want to get to know your...
Yeah, I know. I'm just counting from right now. It's probably like 12. But anyway, right here, the birth control too. She didn't know who said she had a sister, Umar, and that's your fault. See?
Your sister in high school. Why didn't you want to get to know your sister at 18?
Because she didn't know that she had a sister. Umar.
Why didn't you get to want to know your sister at 19? What about 20? What about 21? The truth of the matter is, Baby Smurf, this wasn't about your sister. And it wasn't about your father. It was about you slandering me to build a platform.
No, not at all. It's about her. She was reaching out to her father. She did want to get in contact with her sister, but there's an underlying issue where she wants to be united. She wants her father, Umar, to be in her life. This is perfectly natural and normal human behavior. but Umar has to twist it up and make it something totally different. But see, it's because of Umar's absence. It's your fault, Umar.
So you can get struggle streams.
Here we
And
go.
you only brought my youngest daughter into this situation, so it looked like you had a justified reason for slandering my name. That's why you did this. This wasn't about my daughter, and it wasn't about me. This was about you seizing upon an opportunity to launch your struggle streamer career. I've been posting women on my social media, doing Umar voiceovers.
That has nothing to do with it, Umar. That's just him trying to find excuses. That's another lie right here. But because otherwise I'll be typing for the rest of the live stream. He lives so much.
Just on Drewski episode got what? 10 million views in 2 weeks. 6 million views in
yeah, and you look like a damn clown on Drewski too. You sure did.
a day. You were thirsty, and you simply used me as your stepping stone. But then Baby Smurf went on to say, I asked if he had her number, and he never responded. Everybody saw the screenshot. Everybody saw the screenshot. You text me from an email address, and I asked you, Baby Smurf, why are you not texting me from your phone if this is my child who pops in and out of my life randomly, never taking me up on an invitation?
Umar, it's your job to be present consistently. It's not the child's job to quote unquote pop up on you consistently. What the fuck is this? Is this what we're doing in 2025? Is this what fatherhood means to these? I apologize. It's disgraceful. Again, I grew up, my generation, our dads, listen, I have uncles who were present in their children's lives. But when it comes to all of my aunts, and this gang of them, and my mom, the men, they was gone. My generation, we've been there. Shout out to my generation. We've been there. See? I can't think, well, except for the ones that's been in and out of jail, some of them in jail right now. There's not much I can say about that. But I'm talking about the ones who are on the outside. And again, we've struggled. We have to deal with shit. Trust me. I get it, but we've been here for our babies. I don't get this, Umar. You, in your mind, you think that that's what I mean by he can't hold himself accountable for shit. It's in his mind, he thinks that part of the reason why he ain't been able to see his child is because his child, it only pops up in his life every once in a while. Umar, that's you projecting. See, in fact, based upon what the older child, his oldest child says, Umar stopped coming around at a certain point, and it correlates to once he started getting more bigger inside of the Black conscious space, he started to talk and tour more and go around the country. You made a decision. You probably wasn't consistently present though anyway, because the standard's been set so low. But by the time this baby gets to in and around 10 years old, you out. You ain't even around. But see, that's in and around the time when you start to do your lectures and shit. You made a decision. See? You chose this bullshit, fake black Pan-African bullshit over your child, running your mouth, talking nonsense out the side of your neck. You chose that shit over your child. What kind of man? And look at you still standing inside your mama closet, all this shit talking out the side of your neck, and you still struggle streaming out your mama closet. You just struggle streaming out your mama closet. You gonna give up your daughter and all these other babies you got up out here so that you can be a fake pro-black con man, and then here we are in 2025, you living in your mama fucking closet. You up here struggle streaming in a Section 8 inside the closet of a section. It's your mama closet. You got some nerve. My daughter, she just pop up in my life every once. What kind of, what? Boy, you struggle streaming in your mama. Okay. I'm going. I apologize. I gone too far. I went too far. I went too far. I apologize. Well, Umar, sometimes he get to going and he keep my Pan-African, my African, but what did he say? my Africans, my my British Africans. You know how he started going? Well, that's me. I just did it right now. I apologize. I went too far with it. We got 1,400 people in the building. If you enjoyed the show, go and hit that like button. Let us continue, shall we? Umar, he goofy. How he gonna say that this now is the baby's fault for popping up in his life every once in a while? Let's
Baby Smurf went on to say, I asked if he had her number and he never responded. Everybody saw the screenshot. Everybody saw the screenshot.
Here you go.
You text me from an email address. And I asked you, baby.
See, he's talking as if he's talking to her. See, this is what I mean. You should be talking with her, and you guys should be offline. See, that's the problem. See, your daddy did it to you. Now you doing it to your daughter. That's some bitch shit. Your daddy did it to you, and now you're doing it to your daughter. You shouldn't be directing all this for the world. See, didn't Umar get up on here talking about y'all always in my business? Well, listen, look at what you're doing.
Smurf, why are you not texting me from your phone if this is my child who pops in and out of my life randomly?
I can't
never taking me up on an invitation to meet with me. You lied to the people. You lied your ass off on that TikTok rant. You said,
damn, now he calling his daughter a liar. And you know what? She's in the hospital right now with thoughts of unaliving herself. Man.
Did you just want a conversation with your dad? Well, the last time you text me, did I not invite you to go eat, have dinner? Let's meet up. The time before that, did I not invite you to meet? Let's have dinner, meet up. The time before that, did I not invite you to meet? Let's have dinner, let's meet up. Every time you've texted me over the past decade, every time you've texted me, I've asked you to see you. And every time I ask to see you, you ghost me and disappear. You stop texting all together. I know why. Because you already told me. You remember you texted me and said my mother doesn't want me communicating with you? You remember?
Yeah. There's no way. There's no way. And he don't care. He just don't care. And he's, see, school psychologists, they're trained to deal with children who are dealing with depression and anxiety. Anxiety usually it'll lead to depression, and depression, you know, the thoughts of, I don't want to use the word, but the point is that there's a sequence, right, that's expected. And Umar, as a supposed school psychologist, they're trained. That's part of what they do, is they deal with children who are dealing with these types of issues. But it goes to show you his lack of training. See, the other thing is that he has no business being a so-called psychologist. He can't even connect to people on a humanistic level. And he's doing this to his own daughter. There's no way. There's no way, period. It's Bob, it's beyond me. It's beyond what I can conceptualize that a father would do to their child, their daughter. It's just nuts. Umar is a nutcase. And for those of you men out there, you fathers, if you have daughters, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you're a loving and protective father, you know what I'm talking about. See, they're delicate. You got to be very careful, and you got to be, again, you be stern when necessary, but you don't talk to them any old kind of way. You don't get online talking like this either. Umar, you should be ashamed. But he ain't got no shame because he don't feel that. He don't feel that. But it's impacting his daughter in a negative way. Thanks, Bob, for the super chat. Miss Independent My Way says, dear Baby Smurf, big news. I am, yeah, that's what Umar need to say. But you know what? All of these, I am sure, well, the baby mamas already know, they know that Umar ain't shit. They already know that because they've been dealing with, they've had to deal with him to different degrees, whether it's in child support or what have you. Personally, remember Umar tells a story about how they broke the window. Somebody, the baby mama's number one's lover, phantom lover, breaks the window out the car and puts a note in there to threaten the life and all this stuff. I think Umar did that. So they know that this guy is a nutcase. They know it. So the only difference is at this point, because his oldest daughter, I don't even want to be speaking on her right now, but because she came out and spilled the beans and exposed Umar as a deadbeat, which we already knew anyway, Umar has to take it here. He has to concoct all these stories and excuses as to why he was a deadbeat, including that for whatever reason, this child, wanted to pop up into his life every once in a while. What kind of talk is that? Umar, based upon his own words, he was gone by the time she's 10. So what? She's supposed to just arbitrarily pop up in his life at the age of 11 or at the age of 12, whenever she can, and drive herself over there and catch a plane while he's over in Africa? When she's 13, 14, 15? Anyway, he trashed straight up. Now he can't tell women apart because yeah, basically. basically. All of a sudden, thank you for the chat. Poor little Tunda. Yeah, he's a sad case for sure. Thanks, Beast Nation. Does idiot rhyme with Ifa? No, it doesn't rhyme with Ifa Tunde. Yeah, he's just unhinged, and he's in attack mode. He's not thinking about it. He's just going off. He took some notes because he wants to reply point by point to what his daughter said. But see, again, that goes to show you the disconnect that he has to his daughter. All this should take place offline, but because he doesn't have a relationship and a working relationship with her, this is what Umar does. Just like his daddy did the same thing to him. See, because his dad didn't have a working relationship with Umar, and they had been estranged for such a long time. What ends up happening is Jamal, Umar's daddy, goes online and starts to criticize Umar. See, should Umar be criticized? Yeah, but you're the father. Act like one. See? Umar's the father. He should act like one. Umar is going to abandon his school, a.k.a. the Bandos, and run to Ghana. Listen, at this point, because you notice he ain't said nothing about the he did say something though on the but that ain't gonna get a lot of views. That's Father David's show. He hasn't done an update up there on his Instagram page about these abandoned buildings. That's coming next. He's gonna get up there. He's gonna, like I said, he already looking bummy inside his mama closet, but he's gonna be looking bummy when he go up there. Watch, and he's gonna get up there, act like he's doing something. He's gonna start begging for money. See, that's what I'm saying. There's so many different chinks in the armor when we deal with Umar. It's not just one thing. This whole baby mama stuff and him being a deadbeat daddy, that's just one element to this. But then you got this other looming issue of the school scam. See, where does this go next? See, it's not sustainable. Again, he's been carrying on with this school scam since 2024. He's had this abandoned building since 2019, over 6 years, and not one black child has been educated. How are you going to say that you're an educator? Umar's never taught inside of a school, has never been a teacher anywhere, hasn't taught any children. He claims to be this educator, and yet he talked about opening up a school back in 2005. He started working on it, and here we are 20 years later. He ain't educated not one child. He might as well just go on to Ghana. So yeah, we're gonna build a school over in Ghana. So we're just gonna sell these buildings, and because we got some land over there. Watch. I wouldn't be surprised at this point because he got so much shit going on. See? Thanks, Zaina. Okay, did I get to everybody? Oh, your kids was here. Said, "Hey, Lenon, I just came in the door. Why does this guy have a Umar the fake WWE belt draped over his shoulder?" It's the optics of it. See, Umar's like a child. He's in defense mode, so he has to come in and be belligerent like the champion. So he has to have on his belt. That's what that shit is. He's such a goofy. He's 50 years old. See, it'd be different if it was for comic relief, because I'm really thinking about getting a Cookie Crush chat belt. I think it'd be, just for the shits and giggles. But Umar's doing this as a prop because he wants to stand out as if he's in control, he's powerful, he's the champion, and now he's going to I don't know, in his mind, I'm going to destroy my baby mama's reputation. I'm going to chastise and criticize and demean my child, my daughter. That's how goofy this guy is. And he's doing this inside of his mama's closet. That's crazy. Listen. In all these years, I would have never thought that Umar would be doing this with a belt inside it, sweating and shit inside the mama closet, going in on baby mamas, going in on his daughters, looking like a damn fool. I would have never thought it. But here we are. Okay. Thank you for being a member. Black Wolf says, what actual father would say, my child pops in and out of my life? I know. That's crazy. This is absolute disgrace of a father. Absolutely, he's a disgrace. He's a sperm donor. He's a sperm donor, and that's it. That's what he is. He's a pump and dump. He get in there, he let off, and he gone. Real talk. We grown. He get in there. I'm sorry. I always have to get that in. I apologize. I've done it too much this live stream. I won't do it again, I promise. But he let off, and then he ain't trying to marry nobody. See, he ain't even trying to be in no relationship. See, for Umar, the cookies come first. That's the thing. Cookies come first. Then we can talk. I don't get it, because when I was growing up, you got to talk first, you know. And for me, I talk, and then plus we got to be in a relationship. I ain't never had no sex with no woman that I wasn't in a relationship with. I couldn't live that way. Did I want to get in there? Yeah. Yeah, I did. But I ain't going to get up in there, because I know how I am. Somebody going to get pregnant. It ain't going to be me. See? Anyway, he's a disgrace. What kind of father would say, you know, my child pops in and out of my life from time to time? What out of his life? You see what I'm saying? That's the narcissism. He's the center of attention, but he's like a child anyway. He thinks his child's supposed to come to see him and pop into his life when he got the time for it. I guess it don't even make no sense. He's a goof. He's goofy. He's a disgrace. Thanks, Black Wolf, for subject. Okay, let's get going here. How we doing on time? Yeah, we'll be going for another 45 minutes, and then tomorrow we'll pick back up. We're gonna be live streaming throughout the week. Okay, y'all can book that, because we got to get. This is crazy. All this is crazy. Here we go.
You said my mother doesn't want me communicating with you. So I know why you never followed me up on your invitation. But why did you lie to the people and act like you've been trying to find me when you've clearly had my number for 12 years? You've been texting me since your mother pulled you out of my life at the age of 10.
Okay, so at the age of 10, but you, again, the baby was born in 2002. And 10 years later, that's 2012. That's when Umar begins to ascend in the Black conscious space. You made a decision to be absent. You start traveling all over the world, initially in the United States. In fact, on his Instagram page, he actually posted his frequent flyer miles. Is that what it's called? And this is just for one airline. And it say on there that this clown has 915,810 lifetime miles flown. So you traveling all over the world. What you talking about? So you made a decision. And again, Umar also made a decision in 2010, 2011 to give up his career as a school psychologist. He's been unemployed since. Y'all think about this. Put together the timeline. See, Umar gives up his career as a school psychologist. He also gives up on his baby, and he starts to travel the world. And that's why he was absent in and around the time when she turns 10. Hidden Colors comes out in 2011. Umar didn't blow up until after that. See?
You told the people I've never been in your life. I've been in your life until the age of 10, and that's when your mother stepped up her hide and go seek.
Listen, but she's 21 now, Umar. God, this guy. Listen, man, I don't get it. Whatever.
Agenda, because family court would never punish her. And I don't care what the people got to say. I got paperwork. She was never fined. She was never threatened with a fine. She was never incarcerated. She was never threatened.
Umar, where's the paperwork then? If you got this paperwork, see, he don't never show no paperwork. Ain't nobody gonna believe you about nothing, because you're a pathological liar. Again, people never take what Umar Johnson says at face value. He has to prove everything he said. And you should demand proof, including you, Umar Johnson followers. You should demand proof of this guy, because he lies all the time. We got 1,400 people in the building. You know the like button. I appreciate it. Make sure you get your vote in. He's a habitual liar.
with incarcerated. She was never stripped of her child. She was never threatened with being stripped of her child. Family court in Philadelphia did nothing about her violating the order over and over and over and over again. And when you became 10 years old, I still remember it like it was yesterday. When you became 10 years old and you used to come to my home, I saw in your face how much you didn't want to be there. I saw in your face. And do you know why you didn't want to be there? You already told the people, baby Smurf.
Well, I know what he's going to say, but it's probably because you're mean. Look how you're acting in 2025. See, it's probably because you were mean. And it's probably because your place was filthy. Do I need to pull it up? Filthy ass. Let me go look at my timeline real quick, just so I can make sure, because he got an eviction notice at that same property in 2000. And then he gets another, it was 2010. Was it 2010? So he may have been living in another place. It's probably still filthy, though. Anyway.
You said because he was strict. You said because he was strict. Baby Smurf, I wasn't strict. All I asked you to do was take your time and do your homework. And when I checked your homework, when your homework wasn't correct, fourth grader, and when I checked your homework and your homework wasn't correct, fourth grader, I would make you do your homework over. I would make baby Smurf correct the errors in her homework, which is what any academically inclined parent should do. You did not want to do your homework at all. You did not want to do your homework over.
No, did you help her though, Umar?
Homework was sloppy. It was lazy. It was rushed through. And I could tell back then that your mother was not an academic parent.
Why would you say this about your daughter for everyone to hear, Umar? Y'all, quick question, y'all don't think that this is weird? Is it me? Anyone else? Hit the one on this. Why would you say that about your child on the internet? And then all of a sudden it's because of the mama. Well, from what Umar says, he was active at that time, but shouldn't you be helping her, Big Papa, with all of your degrees and shit? Shouldn't you help her to be academically inclined, unless you wasn't there consistently enough? See, Umar's very controlling and he's very critical. See, you always see him criticizing black people, including black parents that's actually in their children's life. Meanwhile, he a deadbeat bum. See? So can you imagine how critical he was of his daughter? He's belligerent. He gets upset. He has a bad temper. Can you imagine how he treated her back then? Shit, dude, wouldn't no kid want to be up around your crazy ass? You crazy. You crazy now? You was crazy then. Wouldn't no child see? No children don't. Listen, Umar don't like children anyway. But listen, Umar, the way he is, he's controlling. He's possessive. He has no type of. He doesn't have the. It's not even a personality. He doesn't have. Well, I could use that. He doesn't have the personality type that would have the patience needed to deal with children. His disposition, it's not. It does not correlate well. It doesn't translate well to children because he's always unhinged. He's always like about to blow up about something. Listen. I'm sure that the child they didn't like. Okay, you were probably because she said you too strict. Yeah, well, you were probably too strict. But then to come out and because how you are, you're always demanding. He's very demanding, always trying to tell people what they need to do. Blah blah blah. But you're talking about a 10-year-old, 9-year-old. And then you're going to get on here all these years later after you've been absent for over a decade and you're going to say that she was what? He called her what, lazy or some shit? It's always his way or the highway. It's the narcissism. We're going to go for another 30 minutes, y'all.
She was never incarcerated. She was never threatened with incarcerated. She was never stripped of her child. She was never threatened with being stripped of her child. Family court in Philadelphia did nothing about her violating the order over and over and over and over again. And when you became 10 years old I still remember it like it was yesterday. When you became 10 years old and you used to come to my home, I saw in your face how much you didn't want to be there. I saw in your face. And do you know why you didn't want to be there? You already told the people, baby Smurf. You said because he was strict. You said because he was strict. Baby Smurf, I wasn't strict. All I asked you to do was take your time and do your homework. And when I checked your homework, when your homework wasn't correct, fourth grader, and when I checked your homework and your...
How old is the baby when they're in fourth grade? About 9, 8 or 9. Someone let me know inside the chat room. You see how he talking? He ain't got no. He don't have no business being around no kids. He wants to educate kids. How old is the babies in fourth grade? 9, 10. Yeah, 9, 10. I was in 8th grade. I was a year ahead. You see how he talking? She was 9 or 10 years old, and Umar talking like this. Yeah, he back in his mama closet. Goofy. Look at it.
Homework wasn't correct, fourth grader. I would make you do your homework over. I would make baby Smurf correct the errors in her homework, which is what any academically inclined parent should do. You did not want to do your homework at all. You
were probably yelling and screaming at her, knowing you
did not want to do your homework over. Your homework was sloppy. It was lazy. It was rushed through. And I could tell back then that your mother was not an academic parent. I could tell then. I knew you was not being...
This is nuts. He wanted a 10-year-old to validate his feelings. You can't get more selfish than that. I know. I'm sure he was. Listen, I can tell he was a horrible father. And see, that's the thing with Umar with the narcissism. He really, truly wants validation. That's why he's doing this live stream. He wants validation. But can you imagine him dealing with a 10-year-old, his own daughter? And look at how he acts now. Can you imagine how he was behaving back then? Don't think that Umar, he wasn't crazy back then. He was crazy back then. Again, if the baby was born in 2002, we're talking in and around 2012. That's where he's given these stories, in and around 2012. Okay. This video right here is 2013. This
yeah, you'd be surprised I get for why they became that way. I can always tell you what it was. If it's a girl, she's a lesbian. Guess what? She was either sexually abused, physically abused, verbally abused. She was stripped of her father. She was raised to believe that black men were nothing. Okay.
See this? This is all projecting with this guy. This is the same video where he called for the murder of 10% of black boys. He was crazy back in 2013. I'm sure he was crazy when he had the daughter over at the house.
Okay. She was bullied by boys and told she was ugly her whole life. I always know what it is. Same thing with the boys. Father wasn't there. The mother psychologically castrated them. What do I mean by that, mothers? Because you know y'all tongue can cut. Watch what you say to your son. Y'all be on the street. Oh, you ain't going to be no good. You're going to be just like your father. I wish I never had you. You don't ever say that to a child. Because...
Yeah, but see, here he is in 2025 saying that the baby lazy and sloppy and shit. But that he used to say that about children back then, though, too. Other people's kids. See? But Umar, you're the one who's lazy, and you know damn well you sloppy. I don't make me pull up the video where you flip that phone. You see this?
If you keep on telling him he's nothing, sooner or later he might just decide to make you a believer. Yeah. That's right. This is when they give up on trying to prove to you that they can be somebody because you never believed they could. But psychologically speaking, what do we know? Many of us beat up on our children because we don't think much of ourselves. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, but isn't that what Umar's doing? He's beating up on his daughter here. But see, he's so fucking fragile, this guy. He's so fucking fragile. He ready to jump out the window. This is the thing. I don't get that. See, as men, we got to be able to deal with shit. And there's things I know it's tough, it's rough. I get it, but we have to be able to manage shit and manage our emotions well enough. And sometimes we have experiences that train us to do that. And I'm not saying that we can always have, ourselves under control, but Umar always has to go. He's fragile. He has to go here. He has to do this. Seti rant, the Zora rant, it's the same thing. See? And he's so fucking sensitive. He's just a sensitive clown. And then all the projecting. Anyway, let me just play like a minute more of this. Then we're going to get back to the main video.
There's a direct relationship between child abuse and low self-esteem of the parent. That is a replica of you. And because you don't like you, how the hell are you going to like your offspring? Shit! When divorce occurs, black children are usually awarded to the mother, even the boys. Now, I can understand the girls, but we need to spend time with them. But ladies, with the war out here on black men, if a father wants to be the primary custodial parent of a son, if he's beyond the age of 5, because I can understand up until kindergarten, why in the hell y'all fighting to raise a 13-year-old in your house when you know you can do nothing with that boy? And then when he gets 17 and start talking back, and he get to be 6'3" and 250, you want to call us up to come in and play the damn cops to a boy who don't even respect us because he never knew us. Think about what you're doing. Fathers, same thing. You didn't want your daughters to be in the lives of the mothers, so guess what? When the daughters start getting nasty, you don't know what to do with it, so you say, come get your daughter. Well, she don't see her as mom because you disrupted that bond. We got to look at what we're doing. Children are more likely to be abused by a stepfather if their biological father is absent from their lives. Now, this is a statistic that I like to tell fathers who like to check out. They said, Brother Umar, I can't take it. I just got to leave this alone. Be careful.
Look who's talking. You see the hypocrisy in this guy? This video is 2013. By this time, Umar's already checked out from his daughter's life. The first one. By the way, Brother Dion sent me a message on Umar's Instagram page. People are going in on him and he's deleting comments back to back to back because he's posting his frequent flyer miles. I told you all about that, but people are talking about what his daughter's situation is right now. So he's deleting comments. She's in a hospital right now. One lady said, go get your daughter. She's in the mental hospital on such and such watch. Some things just are not meant for the internet. You're hurting your baby girl. The Umar don't care. He probably gonna turn the comments. Yeah, he probably gonna turn the comments off now. He don't care at all. Yeah. And thanks, Black Wolf, for super chat. We got blowed off a little bit. Zaina says, Umar skeets and yeah, that's what he do. He skeets and retreats. See, listen, if you're gonna do it, just make sure you use protect. That's all I'm saying. That's what I told my son. I said, listen, if you're gonna be clapping, that's what I told him. You're gonna be clapping cheeks. Make sure you're using protection. He said, oh, Dad, come on, Dad. I said, no, I'm serious. Because that's what the young kids be saying, clapping cheeks. We didn't say that. We say we up in that thing. You're gonna be up in that thing. Anyway, Umar, he get up in there and anyway, thanks for the super chat. What's up, KK? Says he wanted a 10-year-old to validate his feelings. You can't get more. Yeah, I got that one. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, he's selfish, and he's like the child. See? He's always the victim. He's always a child. Vagabundo Devon says if he was a good father and saw his 9 or 10-year-old was uncomfortable being there, he should have changed what he was doing to make his own daughter happy and make her comfortable, make her feel secure. Absolutely, that's what you're supposed to do. One of my daughters, she liked to be in a room, so we made it real. We gave her the master bedroom. It's big, it's nice. You look out the window, it's a lake. It's real pretty. They got their own bathroom, like a big old bathroom. Somebody said, you and your wife, y'all crazy. Yeah, I would never give. No, they deserve it. we got this little space. We only sleep in here. That's it. We sleep and then, make a little love. And then we got to go handle business, So anyway, the point I'm making is, for my other daughter, she don't really hang out in there. So I made her a little space downstairs. She got a nice desk. You got all her stuff up there, and, you got to make things comfortable for them, But Umar doesn't have that mentality. I don't think he's ever had that mentality because he doesn't care about anyone else. It probably doesn't even register. He thinks that if someone's uncomfortable there, it's because there's something wrong with them. It's not that as a father, you make the space comfortable, which he should do for his children. See? And see, the thing though, too, Vagamundo, is here in 2025, Umar even speaking on this is irrelevant because he's homeless. So even the idea of being an active participant at the age of 50, it doesn't make any sense. Where is he going to? He don't even have his own place. Where are these kids going to go? Is they going to stay inside his mama closet? You see what I'm saying? So again, I don't think he's ever been in a position where he said, or he's never been in the mindset where he says, I need to make my daughter more comfortable. He's thinking that she's lazy and she didn't want to be there. Yeah, well, you need to make some adjustments. See, she's saying that she's lazy and sloppy when he's talking about himself. It's just amazing to me, it's one thing if Umar was talking about this, let's say in 2005 or 2004. 2015 or 2014-ish. Let me just get my timeline right here. Because that's in around the time that she's 10, right? 2011, 2012-ish. Okay. But that would be one thing if he was talking about it back then, because maybe he didn't understand why she was really uncomfortable. But here we are, it's in 2025, over a decade later, and Umar in his mind he should have thought, hey, wait a minute. Maybe it's because she was uncomfortable because of something that I did or I said or something that she wasn't there that she needed there. Not Umar. He don't think like that. See, he's a state of arrested development. Thank you for the super. That's a good point too. Very good point. You got to make the kids feel comfortable. Hamabu says, of course, kids are sloppy and they don't want to do homework. Yeah, they are kids. He's talking like he doesn't know this, and yeah, kids will get angry too. Yeah, and it's amazing. He's talking like this, and he's supposed to be this school psychologist. He ain't worked as a school psychologist in 2011, but he still tells people that he does these days. Umar, you ain't worked. He be telling people that he's a therapist. You ain't never been a therapist. You said you were a psychotherapist. You ain't never been a psychotherapist. You were a school psychologist. That's not a therapist. See, and that was over a decade ago. But he still tells people that. But you would think that someone who's a school psychologist would know that children in general, they don't want to do homework. At 10, yeah, and they be trash. Sometimes they be, oh, that's my old one of my sons. I said, if you don't clean up, like, I'll do it, Dad. Yeah. Then I got one son, he do his homework. I got to tell him nothing. He keeps everything clean. He like me. But in general, children, they ain't trying to do that, And he's supposed to be a school psychologist. Crazy. Thanks, Hamabu. Umar is a raging fool. Yeah, he really is. He is. And more people are waking up to his foolishness. Even him doing these live streams. Again, his daughter's in the hospital right now. She has, I don't want to speaking on this, but she has a lot of things that she's dealing with, but it doesn't help when your father just did 2 live streams for like 2 hours altogether, something like that, where he's just disrespecting you and demeaning you. And then for you to see your father, how do y'all think that's going to impact the child? Thanks for being a member. Okay, let's get back to the main video. Here we go.
Right? Because there's no way in hell a 4th grader produces this type of homework. There's no way in hell a 4th grader has to do a homework over and over and over again.
See him rocking back and forth. That's that ADHD. But the thing is, Umar, you should have assisted her so that she only has to do it once or twice.
I had to make you do your homework over because you didn't want to do homework at all. You can credit your mother for that. You can credit your mother for that. You can credit your mother for that. So I knew that you were going to ask your mother not to come back to my house. I knew it because you didn't want to do homework. We had a lot of fun. We went to the zoo. We went to the museums. I took you to New York City to the Broadway play.
Someone said on Umar's Instagram page, says, what room your daughter in so we can send her some flowers since her daddy ain't there. Damn. Go and be a father. You can't speak about the disruption of black families yet leave your daughter out to the wolves like this. Lower your pride and be the man your daughter needs you to be.
Anything you wanted, I bought you. We had fun, but you didn't want to do your damn homework. And with all due respect,
here we go.
My ancestors died so we can get an education. With all due respect.
This is so bad. This is horrible what he's doing. Umar, it took you 20 fucking years to get 5 degrees and you're still a broke bum. Living in your mama closet. What are you talking about? What's the point? You're going to demean and chastise your own daughter talking about our ancestors died, but look at your broke bum ass. You got five fucking degrees and ain't worked a job since 2010, 2011, living in your mama, live struggle streaming from your mama closet. What are you talking about? I told my kids, if you want to go to college, you can. If you don't want to, that's fine too, but you will be working. That's it. No stress. If you, it's totally up to you. I'm going to support you either way. I'm not going to put any extra pressure on you. Not going to do it. Because these kids, what these kids these days have to deal with, that's what my mama was talking to me today. She's like, yeah, these kids, what they're dealing with these days, it's just on a whole other level. It wasn't like that when you got, I said, you're right. It wasn't like that when we was growing up. You got to be careful with these kids today. Because what they going through with the internet and social media and shit. And this now, here, this guy up here on social media doing this to his own daughter. He's not helping her. He's harming her. See? And if he was like that, if he's like that now, how y'all think he was back when she was 10 or 9 or 8?
My ancestors died. I'll be damned if a child in my house think they're going to get away with not doing homework the right way.
Okay, real quick, Umar. A child in your house, you're talking in 2025. You don't have a house, bum. What kind of man, you 50 done raised $2 million and you ain't even got a house or an apartment or a chicken shack or a chicken scoop, a chicken coop. You up here live streaming, struggle streaming in your mama closet. What are you talking about? I know you talking about back then. It was probably filthy back then, like it was filthy in 2019 when you flipped that phone. In my house, you don't have a house. You've been homeless since 2019. Look here, being a father with a daughter, daughters open up a side of softness to a man, a side you don't even know you have most of the time. Facts, facts, facts. You absolutely, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. The real talk. I don't even use my deep voice when I'm talking to my daughter, but I'll talk to my son, you need to clean that shit up. Cut it out. I don't do that with my daughters. Hey, how you doing? You doing okay? How was school today? You got any homework? See? Umar don't know nothing. Look at how he's behaved. And Black Wolf, he's 50. He's 50. See, as you grow, you get older and you're raising kids, you develop the ability to deal with kids better, deal with the girls, deal with the boys. You got to, because children are different too, but you learn how to deal with the different children and different how they are, different, but not Umar. He up here going in on his daughter at the age of 50. See, that goes to show you he hasn't been present. Because see, if you're present consistently, the interaction is going to impact you in a particular way, and you'll learn how when it's necessary for you to have a more softer approach when you're talking to the child, or when you need to be more firm, or in some cases you got to go in on them. Yeah, I've done that very rarely with my sons, never done it with my daughters. But you guys see my point? That you learn this over time. Umar hasn't learned that because he's been a deadbeat. See? And you would think that at the age of 50 and claiming to be the school psychologist and the most requested scholar, that he would have enough wisdom and have 5 degrees, that he would have enough knowledge to be able to know that listen, this is not what he should be doing to his daughter online. So you, Umar Johnson followers, I don't know how you're going to resolve this particular aspect of this saga of Umar going in on his own daughter and disparaging her, including disparaging her when she was 10 years old. How do you resolve that? See? And it's only being done to cause harm. And to cause harm, but then also to give Umar an excuse for being a deadbeat. It's all about Umar. So I'm gonna talk down about her and disparage her and talk about how she's lazy and how she's whatever else he said, because he doesn't want to truly hold himself accountable for being a deadbeat in the first place. And this is facts right here, Black Wolf. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, but Umar, he don't know nothing about that because he's a raging fool. See? Oh, let's keep going. Here we go.
And so I knew when you went back.
Yeah, we're going to go for another 15 minutes. Thank you all so much inside the Cookie Crush chat. I know the poll question is it's not really apropos, okay, because I think it's the other, I think it's the other live stream where he brings up his father. We do have 714 likes, okay. Let's try to see if we can get to 750 by the time we finish this live stream. I think it's within range. Okay, so if you haven't hit the like button and you enjoying the show, go on and hit that like button. I think the poll automatically went off. I don't even see it up here anymore. That's okay. I'll have another poll up tomorrow. Okay, here we go.
Back to your mother. I might not never see you again, because now it was not only Mama Smurf who wanted to keep you away. Baby Smurf didn't want to come either. And I don't have to tell the parents on this live that sometimes when children can't get away with what they want to get away with, they'll just tell the other parent, I don't want to go over there no more. How many fathers know what I'm talking about? How many non-custodial?
No, maybe she just didn't feel comfortable over there. That's what I think. Because I remember she told a story about how you were yelling at her because she threw up. That's what children do. That's what they do. And you're not supposed to go nuts about it. So, oh, you okay? Okay, let me go and get something to wipe this up. You know. Same thing when your wife get pregnant. What, I can't remember what they call it. It's been such a long time ago. But they'll throw up. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You have to learn how to deal with that too. You know. And then when they get pregnant and they get real big and they'll accidentally urinate on themselves, or they'll shit on themselves. Oh, that's gross. No, you go and you help out. You do what you got to do. See, but not Umar. You don't rage. You know, you have compassion, understanding, and then you become a caretaker. See, that's one thing I can say. You know, even though we struggled back then, I took care of my wife when she was pregnant. Okay, I did any and everything. She got to get out the bathtub. She got to get in the bathtub. She'll tell you, walk down some stairs. I'm holding her hand, trying to help her to get down, all that kind of stuff. Umar don't know nothing about that. Yeah, morning sickness. I apologize. That boy, I should have been able to memorize that, but it's been such a long time, and I don't plan on having. What's up, Naeem? We don't plan on having no more babies. I need to go ahead and get myself fixed because this menopause taking too long. Shoot. God should have made a button. You just push that button. You could turn off that sperm or turn them eggs off. My off button be on all the time. Anyway, let's go. Here we go.
Your mothers know what I'm talking about. How many fathers know what I'm talking about? How many non-custodial mothers know what I'm talking about when you are all about the academics? And your lazy ass child is growing up in a lazy ass home where academics don't matter. And they come to your house and they got to do their homework the right way. And they so used to not doing the homework at all. So they tell the mother, I don't want to go over there no more. That's what happened. You and your mama made that decision. Yeah. You were a child, so you should have had.
What do you mean she made the decision? She was 10.
No authority in the situation. But I knew that once you told your mother I was too strict, I knew my days were numbered. See, we got through kindergarten.
Someone said on the Instagram page, you're trash and keep bringing up the baby moms because you still hurt they left your nonsense. Go be a father and stop trying to demand shit you ain't earned. Real talk.
We got through kindergarten. You see that? But we couldn't get through 4th grade. That was just too much. So you bailed out and your mother helped you bail out. And after 10
What? What in the world is this? This is crazy. I ain't never heard nothing like this. He's the one that was absent, but he's saying that the child bailed out at 10? Oh my God. Let me make sure my daughter came home. What in the world, y'all? I ain't never heard nothing like this in my life. Oh, my mama sent me some pictures of my nieces, and she got a picture of some of my aunts, not all of them. My aunts, my sister. Who was that? Oh, that's my other aunt. Is that all of them? Yeah, that's all of them. Yeah, that's all my aunts in this picture. Then my sister. Oh, look at and this is my cousin. I think that's her husband. They did real good too. Both their daddy wasn't around either. Their daddy was a world-class saxophone player in San Diego, famous. But he wasn't present consistently either. But her and her brother, they did really good, highly successful, real smart too. They was both real smart growing up. Anyway, let me let this play because I gotta text and make sure my daughter came home.
custodial mothers know what I'm talking about. When you are all about the academics and your lazy ass child is growing up in a lazy ass home where academics don't matter, and they come to your house and they got to do their homework the right way, and they so used to not doing the homework at all, so they tell the mother, I don't want to go over there no more. That's what happened. You and your mama made that decision. You were a child, so you should have had no authority in the situation. But I knew that once you told your mother I was too strict, I knew my days were numbered. See, we got through kindergarten. We got through kindergarten. You see that? But we couldn't get through 4th grade. That was just too much.
Damn. See, this guy, he abandoned. He abandoned. But then he says that, what did he say? He said that you bailed?
See, we got through kindergarten. Smurf who wanted to keep you away. Baby Smurf didn't want to come either. And I don't have to tell the parents on this live that sometimes when children can't get away with what they want to get away with, they'll just tell the other parent, I don't want to go over there no more. How many fathers know what I'm talking about? How many non-custodial mothers know what I'm talking about? How many fathers know what I'm talking about? How many non-custodial...
Again, Umar had custody, partial custody to start, but he stopped showing up. So the mama got full custody. That's his fault. They didn't want to blame the child.
Your mothers know what I'm talking about. When you are all about the academics and your lazy ass child is growing up in a lazy ass home where academics don't matter, and they come to your house and they got to do their homework the right way, and they so used to not doing the homework at all, so they tell the mother, I don't want to go over there no more. That's what happened. You and your mama made that decision. You were a child, so you should have had no authority in the situation. But I knew that once you told your mother I was too strict, I knew my days were numbered. See, we got through kindergarten. We got through kindergarten. You see that? But we couldn't get through 4th grade. That was just too much. So you bailed out and your mother helped you bail out.
I can't believe this guy said you bailed out. He's saying that the daughter bailed out when he's the deadbeat. Somebody gonna have to make that that is so bizarre to me. She's 10 and she bails out on the father. And then he's saying that she told the mama that he was. How do you know that she told the mama that you were strict? You just saying that because she said that you were strict. But now you see this. This is the narrative. She said that I was strict. She didn't want to come over here because I was strict, and she was lazy doing the homework and sloppy with her homework. So she went home back to her mama, told the mama that she was that he was strict, and that's the reason why you bailed out on me, daughter. That's what you call a true deadbeat narcissist right there. I do not believe this homework story at all. Laurie, in all fairness, I believe that Umar was strict, but the homework story, I will say that listen, is it possible? Yeah, but how would a homework, Laura, let's do this. We're gonna take Umar for his word on the homework story. Listen, I don't believe the other shit. Okay, but just for a second, let's say that the homework story is true. And we got 8 more minutes, y'all. We'll be back tomorrow. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, Laurie, let's say that the homework story is true. How do we use the homework story of the child not wanting to do homework, the child being lazy and sloppy with the homework? How does Umar use that to justify him abandoning the child? And then here we are in 2025 saying that the child, in essence, abandoned him because the child bailed out on him. See, even if we take the story at face value, and I'm just saying hypothetically, Lord, that this is true, it still doesn't make sense as to Umar's decision to abandon the child. Now, do I believe the story is true? No. But hypothetically speaking, even if we take the story at face value and we look at it logically, even though this probably is a lie, let's look at it logically. That's not justification to abandon the child. See, but that's the narrative that Umar is spinning. And then here we are in 2025. This is crazy. In 2025, not only is he shaming and disparaging his daughter, he's trying to use that as an excuse as to why it is that he's been absent for 11 years. And then instead of holding himself accountable for being absent, he blames the daughter that she bailed out on him. That's crazy. Okay. Do I believe the homework story? No. Okay. But even if we did, I'm saying it doesn't make any sense if we looked at it. If it was a fact and we looked at it logically, it doesn't make any sense. See? But again, like I said in the beginning of this live stream with Umar, really what he's trying to do is paint a narrative, and no one should take anything he says at face value. There may be some truth in it, but ultimately with Umar, what he does is he'll throw a little bit of truth in there so that he can lie, and he'll lie consistently. But the truth is what holds people, that keeps them there. But there's no truth to this notion that a child at the age of 10 is abandoning the father, bailing out on the father. No, the father, Umar, he bailed out, he abandoned the child. Thanks, Lori. Slim Shai says, I'm still bamboozled as to how he can keep calling his own child baby Smurf. Yeah, that in and of itself. Disrespectful, disparaging, demeaning. See? He doesn't know how to raise or teach children. And you're absolutely right. He has no clue because he's never done it. See? I'm not sure he has any love in his heart. This is y'all's principle. Yeah, I don't think he does. I think, Slim, I think he has some serious mental health issues, and there are some emotional issues with Umar where his palette of emotions is very, very limited. See? Human beings, we have a vast array of emotions that we can feel at any given time. See? But with Umar, I think that he's so limited in his emotional palette that that's why he goes 1 to 100 so quickly. He's angry all of a sudden. He's mad about something. He's furious, said he ran. See? No compassion, no empathy, no sympathy, no love. See? I've never heard Umar tell a loving story about any of his children. He got at least 3. I've never heard him tell a loving story about any of his baby mamas. He got at least 3. How is that possible? See? You would think that even if you up in there a raw dog, that you would still have a positive story to tell, but not Umar. But I think part of it is that he can't tell a story that's associated with a feeling that he cannot feel. That's some deep shit right there. Okay, he has he has not only mental issues, but he got some emotional issues too. They're tied to the mental health. He really does. See? Yeah, he ain't raised no children. I can tell. Any of you fathers, you raise some children. You know what it's just you learn, and you do better. You do better over time. And then when you around other people's children, you already have the experience. You know how to deal with them and talk to them. Then by the time you have grandchildren, you on a whole nother level. Okay, because you already done raised your kids. Now the grandbabies come onto the scene. You know how to deal with children if you were around. So you do a lot better to grant you to get the benefit from that. See, unless you were a deadbeat like Umar's ass, you see. But with Umar, we don't see any of that. We don't see anything about him that shows it doesn't indicate that he's ever raised children or that he's ever taught any children. Okay, he's never been a teacher too, by the way. Yeah. Thanks, Slim Shahid. Well, how the one lady says he's only proving his incompetence to motivate. Yeah, you're right about that. He's also proving that he's a deadbeat, because anytime if you're a man and a father, but you blame the child for being absent, that's automatically you're a deadbeat, and you've been absent for over a decade. There's nothing that you can say to justify that. There's no justification for it in the first place. But see, it'd be different if he specifically targeted the mama and kept going in on the mama, talking about how she's the reason. But now he's blaming the child. That's crazy. Man, thank you for the super chat. Peace be with you. Says math homework helped me bond with my daughter. Yeah, it did with one of my daughters too. See, it sure did. Yeah, yeah. But Umar, you know, again, he wants it his way or the highway, and if they're not doing what he wants them to do, again, he could be making a story up in the first place, knowing him, because he'd be making up shit. Yeah, my daughter's on. I said, "Oh, thank you, sweetie," because I gave her a time she needed to be back, and then my wife just texted me again. She said, "Yeah, she came at the time, so that's good." Yeah, I love my babies. Umar, you trash, bro. You such trash, and I'm telling you, these days. And I don't mean to go here, but it's your daughter's black too. You gotta be present, and you gotta be building her up and not tearing her down. And you online like a bitch, tearing your own daughter down. She in the hospital right now, mental health. Thank you. Peace be with you. He can live stream, but has no social skills. Yeah, you're right. See, but I think for Umar it's different because he's looking at a camera. And that's his way of interacting with people. But you take the camera away, and he ain't doing nothing. He just laying around inside his mama's house, inside the closet. Probably going to lay on the couch and watch TV and eating shit, eat up all the food in the house, farting and shit. Trash all over the place. You know he don't take the trash out, right? He don't take trash out. He don't have no social skills interacting with people. So he's like a. Again, you would think someone who's a school psychologist that they would have a skill set that was reflective of being able to socialize and have positive social interaction. He doesn't have that. That's why he's alone. And he ain't the only one. I know some other people. It's you know, and it's one thing because I'm like that. I like to be by myself. You know, I don't like when I'm at work. I don't really talk all that much. We had a yearly review, and I was talking to my boss. And I said, yeah, I know I don't talk all that much. You guys probably think it's weird, but that's because I come here into work. I'm not here to socialize. He says, oh, no, that's not weird at all. but I'm like that, you know. I get on here and we talk, and it's fun. But I tend to be quiet most of the time. I tend to listen more, especially like when my wife is talking to me or the kids. But when it's time to engage people, if I have to, I will, and I will socialize like out in the real world. But with Umar is different. I think for Umar, his baseline is he just wants to lay around and just that's why he's always laying in the bed when he's in these hotel motel rooms. And because he ain't got shit else to do and he's bored and lazy, he'll just live stream while he's laying down. See? But see, really, he should be engaging the world and interacting with the world with his social skills, but he don't have no social skills. See? It's very comfortable for him because his life, he's an ultimate struggle streamer. See? His life revolves around being on the internet more than anything else. See? Thank you for the super chat. And then also, what's up? SJ Talks in Life says he got 50 million excuses. Yeah, he sure does. He's an excuse maker. And for you women out there, if you're dealing with a man and all he got is excuses, understand you're dealing with a boy that hasn't matured into a man. See? Umar has excuses. He doesn't hold it. He said, I'm holding myself accountable. He ain't holding himself accountable. He's blaming the daughter now. See, what real men do is we hold ourselves accountable and then we make the appropriate changes. I've done it in my own life. See, I'm not going to make excuses. I'm not going to blame other people. I'm not going to blame white supremacy. No, it was me. All right. I hold myself accountable for it. And I'm doing better. I've done better. And I'm going to even do even better. Straight up. Okay. No excuses. But not Umar. He got to blame the kids. Nuts. And the baby mamas. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, I want to wind down now, but let me see where we at on this video. We're at the 17th. Okay, we're at the 18-minute mark. Let's go to the 25-minute mark, and I'll write that down right here, and then we'll pick back up at the 25-minute mark tomorrow. And when we come in tomorrow, we'll have a brief intro, and I usually have a little diatribe at the beginning, but we'll do the brief intro, and then we'll get right back into the video, because we got this one and we got another one that he did back to back, and we got to cover those these weeks just to keep pace. Okay, shout out to Cook Rochette. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. Let's see. Let me look at these votes here. The poll already ended. I think it's because I had it up so long. I think it only holds for 24 hours. In terms of likes, 772. Okay, so we're over 750. I usually like to get to 500, so we've done great. Thank you so much, everyone inside the chat room, for being here, but also hitting that like button. We do have an outside chance to get to 800. Okay, we need 28 more likes. If you're enjoying the show and you haven't hit that like button, go on and hit that like button, see if we can get to 800 before we wind this down. Okay, so we're going to go to the 25-minute mark on this video. We're at the 18-minute mark, and then we'll close out the show. Thank you all again for tuning on. Thanks to the moms for handling business. Thanks to everyone who sent their super chats. My Cash App and PayPal information listed down below in the description of this video. BPK says FDMG is going to kick the kids out when they forget their homework and blame the mother. Yeah, or anything. See, that's another thing. If he's treating his own daughter like this, dealing with homework, how y'all think he would be treating the children at these fake funky schools in Wilmington, Delaware, as these trap bandos when he's the principal? And he said he's going to be the teacher too. That's a good point right here. This is a really good point, BPK. See, I know during this live stream, we're not talking so much about FDMG, but just to put everything into perspective, if Umar is behaving like this and raging like this against his own daughter about some fucking homework, how y'all think he's gonna behave when he's a principal of a school? See, he got megalomania. He got to be in control. See, narcissistic personality traits. Can you imagine how he's gonna be treating these kids and talking about these kids? See, I wouldn't be surprised if. Okay, listen, he's never gonna open up a credit school because he already admitted it's not gonna be accredited. But let's say if he opens up some kind of funky situation, and I said it's some kind of funky situation. That sounds like an old one of them old songs from back in the day. Funky is a funky situation. Right here, right now. I said it's a funky situation. Let's say if he opens up a funky situation up here. And he got some kids up in there. And one of these kids don't want to do their homework. Can you imagine how Umar is going to act up at these trap bandos? He would probably go online and criticize the child by name and talk mad shit about the child by name and about the parents. That's what Umar would do. You know what? We had somebody, I said, we had somebody in the school today that didn't do their homework, family. They did not do their homework, family. I'm on here today to show we're not going to have that at FDMG. I said we're not going to have that at FDMG. These parents ain't shit. Not one of them. They ain't shit. I said they ain't shit. He be online doing this on his Instagram page. The next day, one of the children late on the tuition. You guys can't believe this. At this school, we got families that ain't paying their tuition. They lazy, they're shiftless, they don't want to work. I'm tired of it. I said, I'm tired of it. That's a good point though, BK. Thank you. He probably cussed him out and everything. Thank you for the super chat. Simchai says Umar will beat the fuck out of people's kids, bro. Listen, he's an abuser. I'm gonna tell you all straight up. And I said that long before the allegations came out. I told he has abusive personality. He's always back in the day. He was talking about domestic violence and bringing the shit up over and over again. He's projecting. Okay, and I have a video where he said if the kids act up, they're gonna have what he called the black room in the back of FDMG. He's gonna take the kids back there and beat their damn chests in, little boy. That's what he said. And the crowd starts laughing like it's funny. He's an abuser. He talks abusively. He behaves abusively. Okay? He ain't got no business being around no kids, period. Thanks, Slim. Okay, let's get going. We're going to wind this down. Here we go.
And after 10 years of fighting your mother, first of all, I was in your life consistently until the age of 6 or 7. I was in your life.
whoa. I thought he said 10. No, you was consistent 6 to 7. So you're probably lying about that. It's probably 3 years. But again, 6 or 7 consistently, and then you start falling off from 7 to 10, and then you're absent from 10 to 21. You're a deadbeat.
Consistently until about the age of 6 or 7. I was in your life consistently until about the age of 6.
I got to put this in my timeline. 6 or 7, that would get to 2008, 2009-ish. Okay, I'm going to add that to the timeline.
6 or 7. In fact, I had you more than your mother had you.
I don't believe that at all.
More than your mother had you. The first 5-6 years of your life, I had you more than your mother had you.
Anybody believe that shit? Let me put a poll up. I don't believe that at all. Do you believe that Umar had his daughter more than the mother for the first, what do you say, 6 years? I can't believe this guy said that. If that's the case, why wasn't she comfortable being up over at your house?
Your mother had you. I had you more than your mother had you. The first 5-6 years of your life, I had you more than your mother had you. Oh, yes, I did.
Okay.
And I got all the paperwork. I had you more than she did. She was still the custodial parent on paper, but I had you more than her.
He's such a lie. That don't even make no sense. A custodial parent on paper. She's a custodial parent. What? Do you? Here's the poll question. Do you believe that Umar had his daughter more than the mother for the first 5 or 6 years? Go and get your vote in. I can't believe this guy. This guy lies so much. Go on Google. I see people saying no. Go on and put the thing in it. Go on and put the go ahead and vote on the poll. This guy, I can't believe this guy. I'm shocked that he had. Let me go one more time.
Had you more than your mother had you. Oh, yes, I did. And I got all the paperwork. I had you more than she did. She was still the custodial parent on paper, but I had you more than her.
She was the custodial parent, not you, Umar, but you. Come on now. That's ridiculous. This guy lies so much. It really is. Yeah, like he raising the child alone. Now, see, you see this? This guy, he's so twisted. He gonna turn the whole script around. Now all of a sudden, he's the person that's spending the most time with the baby. He's the one taking care of the baby. This guy, I can't believe this guy. See, he ain't never told that story. He ain't never told that story. But all of a sudden, now that he's trying to do the damage control, now he got a story to tell about he was this great father who spent more time with the child for the first 5, 6. Umar, you a fucking lie. Real talk. Man, I'm sorry, you disgust me, bro. You really do. I apologize for the language. I don't want to we talk. I'll drop an F-bomb, but I don't mean to say it like that. I apologize. But listen, Umar, you're a disgrace. I know you're watching this right now. You're truly a disgrace. Instead of manning up to your faults as a deadbeat, you're going to blame the baby mamas. You're going to blame the daughter. What kind of man? And then you're going to create this false narrative that you, even though you weren't the custodial parent, that you have the baby more than the mama did, who was the custodial parent. You a mother. Come on now, cut it out. You're a disgrace, man. It's so unnecessary too. Why didn't you just say, listen, I was absent. I'm going to do better. That's it. But now you get to lying. We were going to count the lies, but shit, we're going to be here for a month just counting the lies with this guy. I can't believe this guy. Yeah, next thing you know, Umar going to be here talking about, and you know what else? You know what else your mama didn't tell you? I was pregnant with you, not your mama. I said I was pregnant with you. My belly got big. She impregnated me, first of all. She said she was going to, oh, here we go. She said she was going to, oh my God, what is the world? This is nuts. She said that she was going to use a prophylactic or something, it's birth control, but she didn't do it. She got up in my skin. So no, lady, stop. A lady, that's too far. Let me stop. She was all up in my skins. Next thing you know, I'm pregnant. I said, I'm pregnant, and I'm pregnant. Then, after that, I had to carry you for 9 months. It was a hard 9 months. I said it was a hard 9 months. It was a hard 9 months. And then, she didn't even come to the Lamont class. I was in there with the other men. Umar, stop. I said I was in there with the other men. All right. Wow. Lady, you see what you done started? This guy is nuts. Then when I gave birth, you didn't know this about this. When I gave birth to you, let me stop. That's too much. I ain't gonna go there. We're gonna leave it right there. Oh my God. All right. I can see Umar landing, pregnant ass Umar, anyway. I had you. I had you myself. All right. Let's keep going. Here we go. Shout out to Good Crush That.
I had you more than her. Okay? And when you lied and said he wouldn't drop me off, so my mom had to send the police to his house to get me. You lied and said he didn't drop me off, so my mom had to get the police to go to his house and get me. Guess what? Do you know why your mother had to bring the police to my house to come and get
me? Here you go. We still got 1,300 people in here. We're going to go for another 6 minutes on this video. Make sure you get your poll, your answer into, or your vote in for the poll. It's not even letting me look at it for some reason. We do have 820 likes, so we went way beyond the goal. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Do you believe that Umar had his daughter more than the mother for the first 5 or 6 years? 94% said no. 6% said yes. That's 6%. That's the Umar Johnson goofy asses, his cult followers. Make sure you get your vote in. Here we go. Mind you, during this time, when Umar would have been, allegedly, when he has the baby for the first 6 years, he's in school at that time, pursuing different degrees. Okay. 2002, let's say, so it would be 2002 to 2008. If we look on my timeline here, here's 2002. No, that doesn't even make any sense, Umar. What are you talking about? He starts his 1-year internship in, he's actually working as a school psychologist and he's in school at the same time. And then he's taking care of the baby more than the mama too at the same time. Umar, you nuts, man. 2002, 3, 4, 5. So 2002, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so let's say 2002 to 2007. This don't even make any sense because you were put on child support in 2002. Why would you be put on child support in 2002 if you're spending more time with the baby? And presumably if you're spending more time, you're spending more money with the baby too. Hit the one. This guy, damn, Eastby, this guy be lying so much. Y'all, do y'all follow me on this? I can't believe this guy. He said for the first, what did he say? 5 or 6 years or 6 or 7? Hold on. He said 5 or 6 years. Okay, so let's go. Let's do this real quick. Then we're gonna finish up with this video. This guy, it's amazing how much this guy lies. Remove that one. So look at this right here. Okay, this baby, he was put on child support in 2002. Okay, so basically when the child's born, he's put on child support. But Umar is saying that from 2002 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. Actually, it could be, we could throw 7 in there, that he's spending more time with the child. And if you're spending more time with the child, wouldn't you also be spending more money with the child? Okay, now this is from 2002 to 2007. But if we go and look at the Umar Johnson timeline, here's 2002, when he's put on child support by that first baby mama. Here's 2003. At this time, he starts working in 2002. In 2002, he's working in the Philadelphia School District as a school psychologist. So he's working as a school psychologist. And then by 2004, he starts at PCOM for a master's. Wait a minute. He starts at a master's program of science at PCOM. Umar, this is nuts. You're nuts. So you mean to tell me that in addition, here's the yellow, he's working as a school psychologist. He's pursuing a master's of science at PCOM. And at the same time, he's taking care of his daughter, and he's spending more time with his daughter than the mama? No, this guy, he lies so much. That's incredible. But again, that's him. He's painting the narrative. Okay, that's what he does. He's a master manipulator. All right, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Do you want to know why your mother had to bring the police to my house? Because your mother was not at the pickup point on time. Your mother often did not show up to get you, young lady, because she didn't.
I don't believe that at all. I think it's the other way around. I think Umar's lying on the baby mama right here. Hey. He should be, he should be mine, Edo. But the thing is, that Umar, he doesn't feel shame. That's one of the emotions. I don't think he really feels. I don't think he feels shame, because he wouldn't be on here talking like this in the first place. Because this, again, all of this had simmered down. No one's talking about it really. And then Umar, he just goes on this rant, but he doesn't feel shame about any of this. See, if he felt shame, he would take some time to do some introspection, and then he would think about, what is it that I need to do? How should I address this? Should I not address this? Should I be doing this? Should I address it this way, that way, etc.? That's not what he did. See, he doesn't feel the shame that would put him in that mode of thinking. What he feels as if he's been betrayed, and he feels as if he's attacked. But that's something that Umar, he's been grappling with throughout his whole life. You know, he thinks that everyone's out to get him. He thinks that people are conspiring against him. He thinks that everyone's trying to sabotage him. There's paranoia with this guy. And that's where this anxiety issue comes from. That's where the Umar's depression issue comes from too. See? And then what comes after that? Okay, we're not going to get into that right now. But the point is, he doesn't feel shame. That's why he can get up on here and do this. You know, and this isn't the first time. You know, he's been plenty of times. We can look at any of the rants that Umar has done. You would think that by the time we get into 2025, that Umar would have realized this is shameful. I shouldn't be behaving like this. But he doesn't. He can't help himself. He doesn't have the self-control. And then for him to be attacking his daughter, that's so shameful. See, he has no fear of God. One day he'll meet his maker and have to answer for not caring for his children and all the lies. Yeah, inevitably. The thing about Umar is that he believes that he's God. He has a God complex. Okay, people may think that that's hyperbole. I'm not being hyperbolic. Not at all. Umar has a Christ complex. He has a God complex. See? And he stated it many times in the past, where he says that he's the Messiah. He's the Black Christ. He's the Black Messiah. He really has a God complex, you know. So in his mind, he can do no wrong. And so therefore, he doesn't. Again, if you think that you can't do anything wrong, you even when you do wrong, are you going to feel shame? No, because you never think that you can do anything wrong, and you're always going to blame other people. You may say, I'm going to hold myself accountable, but then you start blaming other people. Well, that's Umar. See? And Umar, listen, he's already answering, based upon what his life has turned into. But at the end of the day, he's going to have to answer for everything. You know, it's inevitable with this guy. I mean, for all that's why we got to do our best to live the best life that we can. And for Umar to be doing what he's doing and to be doing this to his daughter, especially right now with what his daughter is going through, And again, these videos that we'll be watching, this is in part what has gotten his daughter to where she's in the hospital right now, okay, with mental health issues. I don't want to say too much more than that. I was aware of that before I started this live stream. And Umar doesn't care. See what he should be. Well, see, he doesn't have it. Well, it's our natural instinct as parents to run to our children and help them when they are in need, when they are struggling, when they are suffering, when they are in pain. That's what we do as parents. Right? But not Umar. And see, you Umar Johnson fathers, you can't justify this. You can't. I mean, you can try to justify the school scam and all this other stuff. And I get it. I mean, that is what it is. But we're talking about human life here, his own daughter. And he's going to answer for all this, for sure. Thank you for the super chat. What's up, Derek? Says this is a delicate situation. Where's the humility? Yeah, it really is a delicate situation. See? And Umar, he has no humility. He's so arrogant, and he thinks that he could do no wrong. His ego is way over the top, the narcissism, and he doesn't think that that anyone can check him on his behavior, and so he just continues to go, even though it's a very delicate situation all the way across the board. Umar should have recognized that he's supposed to be a school psychologist who deals with children who are suffering with mental health issues. Here we are. See? It's a very delicate. I want to apologize. I didn't mean to, I got a little upset today throughout the live stream, but to see where his daughter is at right now, I had a sense that this was going to happen. I did. I was talking, and not to say too much, but I was talking to James earlier today, and I had a sense that this is where all this was going. And for Umar, that's his own child. He don't even give a fuck. Okay? That's not my child, but I could tell, and I have compassion. See, I've been very careful with how I've talked about these issues, not showing her face, blurring it out, not telling people don't put her social media in there, because I know how Umar Johnson followers are, blah, blah, blah. That was strategic because I already knew where all this was headed. See, that shows a care. That's care for someone else's kid. Umar don't even care for his own daughter. He don't care. He has no humility. See, he's so arrogant. And in this extremely delicate situation, this is what he does. He causes more and more harm. And that's in part why I'm going to leave it right there. It's Umar, man. Thanks, Derek. Okay, we got to finish this up. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. Here we go.
I want to be bothered. And I didn't need her, so I simply took you back home. I didn't need her, so I simply took you back home. Let me say that one more time. Your mother did not show up to get you. And when a parent doesn't show up to get their child, the other parent takes the child back home.
You know what's crazy about this? Umar, if all this was going on, why didn't you get full custody? And at a certain point, you had no custody. Here we go.
Your mother.
Yo, this makes sense? Hit the one.
Knew that if she did that too much, I could go to court and probably get full custody. So she brought the police, making it look.
Here we go. You didn't get full custody because you were the one that wasn't showing up. Telling how only deadbeats can. Yeah, but it's not that only deadbeats, because there's other people who continue to defend him too. That's the thing. I don't get that right there. See, there are a lot of people. There's a whole more people than not are criticizing Umar for the situation. But there are people, user 225, who are defending Umar. And the thing is that what's amazing is a lot of these people, I'm sure there's a high percentage of these people, they didn't even have their fathers in their lives. Some of these are women that got abandoned by the men that impregnated them, and yet they're defending Umar here. Some of them, they were abandoned by their own fathers and felt the pain of that as children, as young girls, and growing into adulthood. And then they still defend Umar to this day when he's doing this exact same thing to his daughter that was done to them. Okay? It's really crazy. I actually think that this is really like a good, not to put it in like this, but this is an opportunity for everyone to take a look at themselves and how they're operating and moving in the world. If you're defending someone like this, what does that say about you and your character? You see? If you have children, can you do better? If you have daughters, can you be kinder? See, if you have a baby mama, can you be more understanding? If you have a wife, can you be more understanding? You see what I'm saying? I think this is an opportunity, this situation, because all of it is crazy and it's out of control and it's spearheaded by Umar's lunacy. But there's lessons that we can learn, and there could be some opportunities for introspection. And that's one thing I can say about Umar is that he's really put me in the headspace over the years for personal introspection to recognize what I need to change and what I need to do better for my wife and my kids. So I'll give him that, because he's provided the worst example that I've ever seen, and that's saying a lot. You see. So what I'm saying, user 225, I don't think it's just deadbeats that are defending him. There are people who, they have children and they've been in their children's lives, except they're defending him too. I just don't get that at this point. I don't get it. Okay, we're gonna wind this down now. Thank you for super chat. Okay, we're gonna close this out now real quick. We got 820 votes. Thank you guys so much for that. I'm going to close out this. Actually, I'll let this poll go until the end. Do you believe that Umar had his daughter more than the mother for the first 5 or 6 years? 92% say no, 8% said yes. I'm gonna say no, and see if he did, then he would have been saying that a long time ago. And in this video right here, he tells a totally different story. This one right here.
Brothers ain't brothers, and if they know that you ain't creeping around checking on your biological, some of us are selfish. We'll mistreat them. Mothers, it's the same thing. You say the father got custody of your daughter, you don't want to be bothered with it. Be careful, because his wife might be everything to him, but nothing to your child. And one of the things we have to stop doing is marrying and cohabitating with people who we know don't give a damn about our children. Did y'all hear me? Because a lot of us think that the children can't tell. Soon when that man walk in the house, soon when that woman walk in the house, a child know they ain't here for us. They only here for mama. And some of y'all let that happen. Fellas, you too. You let that woman come, ignore your children, and then act like everything's supposed to be all right. And then when the children move out your house for college, they never come back even for holiday visits, because they hate your
Yeah, but Umar, how many of your children have come back into your life? See this?
ass because you chose a woman over your daughter, and children don't forget easily. African-American children are more likely to have an incarcerated father, and their mothers are less likely to take them to visit their fathers. Now listen to me, mamas and dads. But because there's more black men in jail, but the sisters are catching up. Listen to me. Some of y'all got this belief that if my son goes sees his father in jail, that's going to make him a criminal. It's going to desensitize him to jail. Guess what? The evidence is actually the opposite. A child of an incarcerated father is 7 to 9 times more likely himself to end up in jail. So if you take him to see his father will teach him how this ain't the place to be. And I don't ever want to see you.
Not necessarily, Umar. It's on a case by case. Anyway.
Here, some of you all are sowing the seeds of juvenile delinquency because you got a son who ain't connected with the dad, who thinking jail life is all that because you don't allow his father to teach him that it ain't.
Oh,
and
shoot,
he ends up in the exact same place you never wanted him to be just because you didn't think it was necessary.
Yeah, that's real talk right there, Southern Happiness. That's real talk.
To take him up to the jail. I'm working on a project right now, Gradford Prison, Pennsylvania, one of the largest maximum security prisons in America. Myself, state representative, and some other folk. We have a FACT program. Okay, it's a fatherhood program where we take the children up to the jail to visit the fathers if the mothers don't want to be bothered. That's what we're doing. Because fathers still need to be fathers even in jail. Do y'all follow me? So I got to call parents and convince them that your son needs to see his father, that your daughter needs to see her father. And some of us are so trifling that we think our children are going to develop just like we do. I hear things like, well, I grew up without my dad and I turned out all right. No, the hell you didn't, because if you did, you wouldn't be stopping your child from going to see theirs. It's amazing how we love to point out everybody else's faults but can never see our own.
Wow. You see this shit? You see how it all comes back around? It all comes Cookie Crush Chats undefeated. Where did we end here? 6 minutes. Okay, and I'll be tomorrow too. I'll be interjecting a bit here and there intermittently with this particular video because it's so apropos. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, Yeah, this is Umar when he was trying to pretend to be the professional. Again, at this time, he was not working as a school psychologist. By this time, he had made this transition to being a speaker in the Black conscious space. He gives up his career in 2010, 2011. So by the time we get to 2013, when we see this video, he's only dressing this way because he wants to present himself as if he's this expert, and he has these different personas, different personalities, and this is the personality that is the professional. Okay, he's a so-called school psychologist, most requested scholar, so he dresses the part, as it were. Okay, but even back then, he's a total hypocrite because here we are in 2025, and time has told the truth. Time always tells the truth, one way or the other. Okay, let's finish up with this video now. Here we go.
Never dropped you off. I was there. She wasn't there. Several times not picking you up and then bringing the police to my house, probably because she was out doing her. Probably because she was out doing her and she didn't feel like coming to get you at the agreed upon time stated on the custody paperwork. So when she decided she was ready to
I don't believe this at all.
come get you, she would bring the police to my house and make it look like I was breaking the law.
Yeah, he sure did. He got fired. Yep.
Let's tell the truth. You said you asked for my youngest daughter's phone number. I don't have that. We're going to talk about the evil vegan in a minute. I don't.
Yeah, but see, here we go, Umar. Why wouldn't you have your? He's again. It just shows you he's a deadbeat.
Have my youngest daughter's phone number, and if I did, you wouldn't get it.
Damn.
You wouldn't. I'm not introducing you to my baby girl. Me and you got to get reacclimated first. And from what I've seen from you, you have no business being around my youngest daughter.
What? You're not even you've never been present in your younger daughter's life, Umar. You've been a deadbeat but somehow, see, this is what I mean with this guy. He's so dictatorial and so possessive, even though he's been a deadbeat for his second baby mama and the second baby, he wants to dictate to his first child, whether or not she should be allowed to see his second child, who he's also not in the life of. And then he disparages her. They're talking about the first child, the oldest baby. It really is. I cannot believe this guy. I cannot believe it. I mean, Umar, he's at an all-time low with this. It really is. Again, he's absent. He's the one that's absent, and he chose to be because he wanted to be a pro-Black conscious Pookie. So he wants to go out on speaking and chitlin circuits and shit. Well, we got 875 likes. We might get to 900. Oh my goodness. He made that decision, and then here we are all these years later. The second child, the first child is 21. The second child is in and around what is this? 14. And he hasn't been an active participant in that daughter's life either. But he wants to tell the first daughter that he's not going to allow her, or that he has the power, but he's a deadbeat. He's not even in the second child's life. What you talking about, Umar? This guy, he's nuts.
You are into lifestyles I don't agree with. Your mouth is filthy.
Umar, your mouth is filthy. I can pull up the SETI rant right now. I already played it at the beginning. And see, now he's taking a shot at her sexuality. And see, Umar, damn. That's your daughter, bro. Let's keep going. It's ridiculous.
He sent me a video clip of you calling your younger sister, respect to the princess. Somebody sent me a video clip of you calling your 13-year-old baby sister on your mother's side a bitch. You called that girl a bitch just because she asked you to get off the live. She said, this ain't right. This is not how you do this. You told her to get the F-U-C-K out your room. You pushed her out your room, slammed the door, and called her a B, and yet you say you're supposed to be guiding my daughter. You're supposed to be a role model for my child. You are out of your mind.
Yeah, but Umar, you're not guiding your second child. You're not a role model for your second child. You're not guiding your first child. You're not a role model for your first child. You're not guiding your third child. You're not a role model for your third child. So what are you talking about? And you're 50 inside of your mama closet, looking dusty, funky, and musty, with a WWF belt on your shoulder, sweating and shit in your mama closet on a Sunday. What kind of man? Beard look all patched up and shit, looking like, you know, anyway.
You are out of your mind. That is no role model at all. Calling little sisters bees, telling them to get the F out your room. You're no type of role model. You will not be around my child until you show yourself able and respectable and responsible enough to be around my child.
He says my child, even though he's not an active participant in that second child's life.
No shit going on in New York, nigga. This is Umar Johnson talking for Umar Johnson. So don't bring nobody else in it, because I stands my ground, nigga. You should have never spoke my name, little dirty ass midget. It ain't my fault your ass only 5 feet tall. It ain't my fault you only 5 feet tall. Fuck, you gonna get mad at me because you's a midget.
Umar, you got some nerve.
You said I'm 22. My dad has never been to any parties or graduations. I'm 22. My dad has never been to any parties or graduations. He has never been in my life. Excuse me? He has never been in my life. Excuse me? I've been in your life until the age of 10, when you got tired of doing homework and told your mother not to send you over there again.
Yeah, but remember, he said he was consistent up to what age? I can't remember what age he said. I need to write that down. Anyone in the Cook Chat remember? We're almost done. Anyone remember what age he said he was consistent up until such and such age? Yeah, it looks like we might get to 900. Okay, we'll see.
You got tired of doing homework and told your mother not to send you over there again. And when I went to your school to pick you up and you wasn't there twice in a row, when I went to your school to pick you up and you wasn't there twice in a row, that was it for me. That was it for me. Family court, in 10 years, family court failed to issue any type of sanctions against your mother for constantly and repeatedly violating the family court order. 10 years I fought.
I don't believe
I
it at
got
all. That's
nothing.
crazy.
So at that point, I said, this is a waste of your time. What is the definition of ignorance? Insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Okay.
For 10 years, I did the same thing over and over again, expecting to get a different result.
That's ridiculous, Umar. He lies so much. He's looking all bummy. Look at him.
I did the same thing over and over again for 10 years, expecting to get a different result, and I didn't. And at the age of 10, that's when I decided nothing more is going to come out of this. You have fought this with lawyers and without lawyers. You have fought this.
5 or 6. So around 5 or 6, that's when Umar, he stated that he stopped being consistently present in the child's life. So we got to remember that, 5 or 6.
With attorneys and without attorneys, and I got nowhere. And that's when I said, I hope that maybe...
Where's the paperwork, Umar?
One day, her mother would either come to her senses.
Thank you, Black Wolf. Black Wolf gifted membership. Thank you so much. And if you receive that membership, make sure you thank Black Wolf. Did we get to 900? We're almost done here. 898. We need 2 more likes. Okay, if we get it, I'm going to put California Love on. All right.
And we worked this out.
Black Wolf.
Well, I'll see her when she grows up. I did my part.
No, you abandoned. See, but earlier he was blaming the daughter, that the daughter checked out. No, Umar, you abandoned.
Mother is the reason I wasn't in your life after the age of 10. And clearly you needed me. I think everybody who has watched you make a fool of yourself on the internet, I think everybody knows that you clearly needed your father. You're not in school. You're not in trade school. You're not in real estate school. You're not in college. You're not doing anything with yourself right now.
Damn, Umar.
You're about to be 23 in a couple weeks. At 23, I was beginning my first master's program at Millersville.
Yeah, but Umar, at 50, you're living in your mama closet. What are you talking about? Dusty and musty at 50. You don't have a job at 50. You don't have your own car at 50. You're homeless at 50. So what are you talking about? These babies got plenty of time. I was talking to my mom about that today. So you gonna disparage her with where she's at in her life? Don't do that. And don't do it online. You're a disgrace, Umar. You really are. And I truly mean that from my heart. You're a disgrace.
University, having already earned 2 bachelor's degrees. At 23, I was beginning my first master's program at Millersville University.
Umar, you only had 1 degree. Okay, cut it out. It was a double major, bitch. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm just this guy. He be pissing me off so bad. I apologize for that.
University, having already earned 2 bachelor's degrees. That's what I was doing at 23. That's what I was doing at 23. I met your mother shortly thereafter.
Oh,
in
okay,
fact,
we got
she
it.
was the age you're about to be when we started dating. 20.
I don't believe you at all, Umar. I think you're making it up because we called you out on that earlier because you were a graduate student at that time and you were dealing with the youngins. So you're just trying to throw that out there to try to clear shit up. Yeah, well, I can look this up, but let me just keep going here. If his daughter wasn't there at pickup, then why didn't he call the cops? Hello? And if he called the cops, where's the police report? Umar said he got on the white man's paperwork. Prove it. No, I think it's Umar. I think Umar, he's projecting. He's flipping this around. The daughter already said that the mama told her that he stopped showing up and to pick up and all this other stuff. And then there's a situation that took place where he wouldn't bring the baby back. I wouldn't be surprised because Umar's possessive like that. All right. So the police were called. Okay. But ultimately, what ends up happening? Umar, he loses custody. He loses custody rights. Okay. How does that happen? It doesn't happen because you're showing up. And if the daughter wasn't there at pickup, then why didn't you call the police? The popo. Good question. See, that's critical thinking right there. I didn't think of it, but that's really, really good. Really good. See, if you really listen to what Umar says over time, and he contradicts himself so many times too, you realize that he's lying. Because you can't say one thing on Monday, say something totally opposite on Tuesday, and then there not be a lie either on Monday or Tuesday. Either there's a lie on Monday or Tuesday, or there's both lies on Monday and Tuesday. You see? See, that's what I'm saying. If you guys really listen to what Umar be saying, it don't make no sense. But what he's doing is he's just trying to flip the script. He's trying to make it as all the shit he was doing, that's what the baby mama was doing. See? Including, you know, then he throws on there that he was the one taking care of the baby more than the baby mama, even though she had primary custody, and he's in school, he's in college. You know, he's also working full time, allegedly, as a school psychologist at the same time. And he spends more time with the child than the mama do. He's such a liar. Good point. There's another lie right there. Thank you for the super chat as well. And we got to 900. So real quick, we have to do it. And then we're going to finish up. Here we go.
Bells about a bell, collar full of dreaming. To the rest step of this bed, that did the hoops screaming. Did it from money and alcohol, the fiend of the best five ball and jump and superstar. To the body, the rhythm died. To the college, to the champion. That's right.
Oh, you guys can't hear it? Oh, someone said the volume is down. I don't know.
Hello, Jam. It's West Side, so you know that I'm bad down to no man. To the man, put it up on beat from Dre. To the roof of the leg. From Oakland to West Side. The back down.
That's my favorite part when he says, show me love. Okay. Thank y'all again for tuning on. Let's finish this up. We got 30 more seconds on this, then we close out. Here we go. And thank y'all. Hope y'all enjoyed the show. Thanks to the moms for handling business. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats or cash up. I'm going to close out this poll. The question is, do you believe that Umar had his daughter more than the mother for the first 5 or 6 years? 91% said no. 9% said yes. Come go ahead and end that poll. All right. And thanks again, everyone. We got over 900 likes. That's probably a record. Thank you guys so much. Everyone inside the Cook Chat, you're undefeated. And we got up to 1,400 views, live viewers concurrently. So that's really, really good too. Thank you guys so much. Here we go.
Mother was the age you are about to be. Well, let me take that back. She was 21. I was 23.
See how he tries to switch it up? See, because he knows I was talking about that. He's saying that he was 23. Let me go look on my timeline. No, Umar, you had to have been at least 20, at least 24. I have it on my timeline right here. You're such a liar. At least 24. She was an undergraduate and he was a graduate student. But again, he took 5 years to get his undergraduate degree. And then he took almost a year off before he started at Millersville University. And that's where he met the baby mama there.
She was 23 when you were conceived, but you are.
See, if she was 23 when he was conceived, Umar was 28. So your math ain't mathing, homeboy. Your math ain't mathing. Oh, thank you, Miss Old School. Hope you're doing all right. Your math is not mathing.
2 bachelor's degrees. That's what I was doing at 23. That's what I was doing at 23. I met your mother shortly thereafter. In fact, she was the age you're about to be when we started dating, 23.
Nope.
Your mother was the age you are about to be. Well, let me take that back. She was 21. I was 23.
He lying.
She was 23 when you were conceived. But you are around the age your mother was when she started her shenanigans.
Damn, Umar. 10 more seconds.
You are around the age your mother was when she started her shenanigans. I'm disappointed in her and I'm disappointed in you. But I want to say this to you because I love you as a father. You are my baby and I love you. Don't you ever forget that. Don't you ever forget that your father.
Yeah. The math, it don't work out. How was he 23 and his daughter is 22? And he was put on child support when 28. Anyway, his math ain't math.
Loves you. Your birthday coming up next month. And I'm considering this being April. Next month is next month, May. Your birthday is next month. I want to take you out to dinner.
This guy. He's the Lulu. He crazy. Literally, he crazy. How you going to talk all this talk and go off on her like this? And then all of a sudden, yeah, I want to take you out to dinner next month. We're going to leave it right there. Boy, Cook Crush Chat, we got a lot to get into. We're going to be back tomorrow with another live stream on Wednesday, Thursday, probably Friday. Get ready. Get your cookies and your cookies and cream ready. And get your drink and everything. All right. Thank y'all for tuning on. This is wild. Real quick, Black Wolf says it's clearly no fatherly connection. Yeah, there's none. There's none. Umar, he's never developed it. He never received it from his own father, and he doesn't have it. And so therefore he can't extend it. I like to call it fatherly compassion, but yeah, fatherly connection is another way of saying it. For those of you who are fathers and you've been in your children's life, you know very well what, and I'm talking about consistently. You love your babies. You're there. You're present. You're there to raise them up. You know exactly what Black Wolf is talking about here and what I've been alluding to. Umar doesn't have that, because if he did, he wouldn't be behaving like this. He wouldn't be chastising and demeaning, disrespecting his own daughter with everything that she's gone through by him being absent. But then now with everything that's going on with her from her coming out on the social media, and understand that he did these videos yesterday. Today, she's in the hospital struggling with her mental health. Right now, literally right now. SJ Talks in Life says he should be ashamed trashing his daughter online. What is he doing to help her go to college? Not a damn thing. He hasn't been present. Okay, I know she wants to study to be an RN. She said there's other aspirations that she's had, but he hasn't helped her with any of that stuff. He doesn't even know. Real talk, he doesn't know her. See, he doesn't know her. I bet you if someone asked him, okay, well, what's her favorite color? He wouldn't be able to tell them. Okay, what's her favorite thing to do? He wouldn't be able to tell anybody. What's her favorite food? He wouldn't be able to tell them any of that stuff. What's her favorite TV show? He wouldn't be able to say that, or internet show. He wouldn't be able to tell them that either, because he's been absent and he's been a deadbeat. And then see, it's crazy that he gets online and does this. This is simply to cause harm to his daughter, more harm than he's already caused. And it's not just the harm that he caused by being absent, but also the harm that he caused in weeks past, where he was going in on her and going on her mother. But then now, yesterday, he takes it to a whole nother level, and he just goes way off the chains. And we'll get to this through the rest of this video tomorrow and see it's impacted his daughter, because all he's attempting to do is to cause harm. It's impacted her mental health, and she's in the hospital right now struggling with mental health issues. I won't be speaking about that any detail, but I knew it was coming, and I knew it was on the horizon, and here we are. And Umar doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. He's a disgrace. Okay. Thank you, SJ, for the super chat. Thanks to everyone else too, for tuning on in. Thanks to the moms for handling business. Also, thanks to everyone who sent in super chats. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the likes too. We got over 900 likes, y'all. I really do appreciate that. I expect this show to probably get a whole bunch of views. And tomorrow we'll pick up right where we left off. I'll give a short introduction, and then we'll get right on into it. We got to get through that video, and then there's a follow-up video that Umar does where he goes in on the other baby mama. And I don't even know what he talks about in this. I'm sure it's going to be just as ridiculous as what he's saying inside of this particular video. So thank you guys again for tuning on in. Everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat, please enjoy the rest of your evening. And as we always do.
Oh my gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, Black community activist.
Ah,
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See her eyes shining, she's my snow bunny, please. In the winter lights, so she's my sweet dove of green. Touch to my nose, this love, but sky is so raw. Make you lose, stepping out of control. It's me against the light, snow bunny. Moving on the bar, everything's so right. Got that smooth, so feel. No, that's next to the law. With my snow bunny love, been party by the night. See her eyes shining, she's my snow bunny, please. In the winter lights, so she's my sweet dove of green. Touch to my nose, this love, but sky is so raw. Make you lose, stepping out of control. It's me against the light, snow bunny. Moving on the bar, everything's so right. Got that smooth, so feel. No, that's next to the law. With my snow bunny love, been party by the night. See her eyes shining, she's my snow bunny, please. In the winter lights, so she's my sweet dove of green. Touch to my nose, this love, but sky is so raw. Make you lose, step
Thank y'all again for tuning on in. This was a classic. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. And listen, I love y'all. You know, I appreciate y'all. I apologize for getting a little emotional today. It really upsets me how he's doing. His daughters need their fathers in their lives, but not just their fathers in their life. They need their fathers to be present as a loving, guiding, and protective force. And Umar, he has done and continues to do the opposite. And that's a shame. Okay. All right. Love y'all. I'll talk with y'all soon. Take care. Peace.